I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on December 6, 2024 by the member for Thornhill concerning access to the parliamentary precinct. In her intervention, the member alleged that a protest in the lobby of the Confederation building on the morning of Tuesday, December 3, 2024, impeded her ability to access her parliamentary office and, more broadly, obstructed parliamentary business. She stated that, in some other instances, meetings had to be cancelled. Citing procedural authorities, previous rulings, and committee reports on past incidents regarding access to the precinct, the member noted that such matters typically constitute prima facie breaches of privilege. She further argued that media reports on December 5 suggested that members for Edmonton Strathcona, Hamilton Centre, and Winnipeg Centre joined the protesters in the lobby of the building and were thereby complicit in preventing other members from accessing their offices. She suggested that this was an intentional obstruction of Parliament and could constitute contempt. D'autres députés sont intervenus pour offrir.
Other members intervened to provide their accounts of what transpired that morning, including the member for Battleford's Lloydminster, who stated that her safety and her staff's safety were jeopardized. For their part, the members for Edmonton Strathcona, Hamilton Centre, and Winnipeg Centre disputed the claims that they were involved in the organization in the protest. The member for New Westminster Burnaby further noted that the question of privilege was raised several days after the events took place and therefore not at the earliest opportunity. The chair must first clearly state that the safety and security of members, staff, and other visitors is always taken very seriously. Nobody should feel unsafe anywhere within the parliamentary precinct.
Upon hearing the concerns raised by the member for Thornhill, I immediately inquired with the Sergeant-at-Arms and the Parliamentary Protective Service, known as PPS, to ascertain the circumstances of the protest. Their account of events shows that throughout the protest, the safety of individuals, including members, and the security of the precinct were never compromised. Furthermore, the appropriate level of resources, which were nonetheless significant, was deployed, and the situation was resolved in a timely and peaceful manner. In her submission, the member for Thornhill noted that media reports in the days following the incident led her to raise her question of privilege when she did, as they demonstrated an organized attempt to obstruct the business of Parliament. However, the Chair's view is that any obstruction to members, their staff, and guests would have been apparent in the moment, regardless of what media reports would subsequently reveal. As a result, in raising her question on December 6, when the incident occurred on the morning of December 3, the Chair is not satisfied that the member raised the matter at the earliest opportunity. Nevertheless, the Chair still wishes to address a question of privilege by assessing the merits of the matter. En l'espèce, on demande à la présidence
In the case before us, the Chair is being asked to determine if the events of December 3rd impeded members in the discharge of their parliamentary duties, as stated in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 108, quote, "Over the years, members have regularly brought to the attention of the House instances which they believed were attempts to obstruct, impede, interfere, intimidate, or molest them, their staff, or individuals who had some business with them or the House." Unquote. It further states on the same page, quote, "Speakers have consistently upheld the right of the House to the services of its members, free from intimidation, obstruction, and interference." Unquote.
This incident was disruptive and stressful. It was indeed regrettable, for instance, that one member's guest cancelled his visit because of security concerns. It is nonetheless important to the Chair to reassure members that PPS follow the necessary protocols for addressing these types of situations. They prioritize safety for all while allowing members to enter the building. During the protest, In the main entrance and lobby of the Confederation building, members, staff, and business visitors were redirected to enter the building through an alternate entrance while PPS dealt with the protest inside the building. Where warranted, PPS officers escorted members and their visitors to a secondary and secure door into the building. Dans son intervention, la députée
In her submission, the member for Thornhill referred to previous cases where members were impeded in some way. Several examples involved a variety of events, such as protests or police security cordons that resulted in delays for members trying to access the precinct or the chamber. The chair would like to point out that breaches of privilege generally involved members being impeded in their access to a proceeding of the House or its committees. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states at page 109, quote, "In order to find a prima facie breach of privilege, the Speaker must be satisfied that there is evidence to support the member's claim that he or she has been impeded in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions, and that the matter is directly related to a proceeding of Parliament," unquote. In a ruling on a similar matter involving a sit-in in a minister's office, coincidentally also in the Confederation building, Speaker Milliken stated on March 25, 2011, at page 9246 of the debates, quote, "In this particular case, there is little evidence to suggest that the staff of the minister were obstructed in the fulfillment of their duties, in view of the very high threshold required in adjudicating such situations. In this circumstance, the chair cannot find that a prima facie question of privilege has arisen in this matter," unquote.
In the current case, while it was indeed disruptive, the chair cannot conclude that members were prevented from discharging their parliamentary duties as concerns parliamentary proceedings. Accordingly, based on this high threshold, the chair does not find the matter constitutes a prima facie question of privilege. The chair also wishes to address the allegations that members were involved or assisted in organizing this protest. All 3 members named, while expressing sympathy for the cause of the protesters, categorically denied being involved in organizing the protest, stating that their interactions with the demonstrators were brief and unplanned. As is the custom of this place, the chair takes members at their word. That said, I would encourage all members to think twice before doing anything that could be construed as supporting a demonstration inside one of our parliamentary office buildings. While the grounds outside are open to the public and may be used for protests within certain guidelines, the buildings themselves are not public spaces and therefore, for obvious reasons, should not be used for this purpose. It is a very basic matter of security. While some members may be sympathetic to a cause and feel that a protest poses no risk to them, they should recognize that their colleagues may not feel the same way, and if the shoe were on the other foot with another cause in the future, their reaction might be very different. I thank all members for their attention. Affaires courantes ordinaires. Business. Tabling of documents. Oh, this one. One moment, please. Pursuant to order made Monday, June 10. Order? Pursuant to order made Monday, June 10, 2024, it is my duty to table in both official languages a letter I've received from the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council regarding the production of documents from the Government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the Auditor General of Canada. Conformément à l'ordre adopté. Pursuant to order made on Monday, June 10, 2024, it is my duty to lay upon the table, in both official languages, a letter I received from the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council regarding the production of documents from the Government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada,
and the Auditor General of Canada.
And now I turn to the President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to table in both official languages the Public Accounts of Canada 2024. I can confirm that the Auditor General has provided once again an unqualified audit opinion on the Government of Canada's financial statements. Mr. Speaker, I have multiple binders here which will evidence the foregoing.
Il est mon devoir de déposer sur le bureau.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 8.2 of the Auditor General Act, a report of the Auditor General of Canada to the House of Commons entitled Commentary on the 2023-24 Financial Audits. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083G, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Madame President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président, maintenant.
Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to table in both official languages on behalf of 87 departments and agencies the departmental results reports for 2023-24. Mr. Speaker, I have the documents here.
Madame la Ministre des Affaires étrangères.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, under Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the agreement between Canada and Ukraine on the mutual protection of classified information done at Brussels on December 3rd, 2024.
Recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 11 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker, and while I'm on my feet, I would move, seconded by the member for Kingston and the Islands, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Okay.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them now to rise and indicate it to the Chair, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members.
Hold on, Judy. It's happy birthday. Hey, turn around, man. There you go. The birthday walk. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Garretson, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Madame Ananda Sangri.
Miss Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Miss Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Sauvé.
Monsieur Sauvé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. La période de vote électronique.
The electronic voting period has ended. If a member wasn't able to vote because of a technical issue, they can now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, my authenticator app would not allow me to vote or to vote virtually. I vote nay.
Arnold, nay count.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to vote nay.
Mr. Small, nay count.
Mr. McLean.
Similarly, Mr. Speaker, my app did not work, and I will vote nay.
Mr. McLean, nay count.
Anybody else? Personne. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Nays pour 144, 144. Nays contre 163, 164.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now resume the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric of tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Garrettson, seconded by Mr. Lemerer, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Canada Fresh Water Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Canada Freshwater Day. And while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member from Winnipeg North, that the House proceed to first reading of Senate public bills.
Good idea.
Mr. Garrettson, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that the House do now proceed to first reading of Senate public bills. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Recorded division, please, Mr. Speaker.
Good idea.
So it's going to be that kind of thing. Call in the members. There we go. There you go. La question.
The question is as follows. Mr. Garrettson, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that the House do now
Proceed to premier lecture.
proceed to the first reading of Senate public bills.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started in the House will now proceed for votes for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Miss Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Miss Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Sauvé.
Monsieur Sauvé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Dance.
Miss Dance.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Must be Christmas. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members are unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function to stand in the chamber, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to register the vote as yes.
Mr. Ananda Sangari, yay pool.
Still can't vote. Mr. Small.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yay.
Mr. Small, yay pool.
Okay. Anybody else? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 296 296. Nays contre, 1717.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We enter the rubric of first reading of Senate public bills.
What happened there? How did we win?
Motions. Mr. Seaback, seconded by Mr. Williams, moves that the second report of the Standing Committee on International Trade presented on Thursday, October 27, 2022, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Caledon. Dufferin-Caledon.
I'll be splitting my time with the member for Bay of Quinte. This report is from October of 2022 on softwood lumber dispute. 2 years later, absolutely nothing accomplished by this incompetent Liberal government, who now is mired in even deeper chaos after the events of yesterday. So the chance of that getting resolved anytime soon is a distant memory. And in fact, last night, Mr. Speaker, the people of BC had an opportunity to pass judgment on this corrupt, incompetent Liberal government and their handling of the softwood lumber file. Tamara Jansen won Cloverdale Langley City by a whopping 50%. Not 50% of the vote, she won by 50%.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
I know I'm new here and you don't always get my title ever quickly, but I just want to suggest we're here to talk about a very important thing, which is a concurrence motion on international trade. And if you're trying to keep people on a point, I would suggest that the comments that have already been made by my honourable colleague should move on to international trade.
I will remind everyone to stick to, of course, stick to relevance. But I mean, the honourable member was 20 seconds in, or 40 seconds into his speech. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, I can understand why Liberals don't want to talk about the absolute thrashing they took in British Columbia, where softwood lumber is the big issue that the committee reported on, and the people of British Columbia have delivered their judgment on this corrupt, woke, incompetent Prime Minister with a resounding victory in Cloverdale Langley City by Tamara Jansen by 50% of the vote. And the NDP reduced to 12% with their...
I think another point of order from the honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, we are here to discuss international trade, and I recognize the importance of different things that went on yesterday. But if we are going to have a fruitful debate, and I know my vice chair and the other members are anxious to add their comments onto it, I would ask that you get ourselves focused on the issue at hand.
Same point of order, the honourable for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
On the same point, I don't know, I drew a straight line from the substance of the debate, which dealt with in international trade and the election results. So I'm quite interested to hear more about the connection between international trade and the election result last night.
Software?
As members know, we do give a lot of latitude on what we can bring forward. We know that we have specific amounts of time, and I will ask the honourable member to get to the point at hand. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the NDP, for their continued cowardly support of this woke Prime Minister, got 12% of the vote. The costly coalition is delivering devastating electoral results for this government. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I conclude my remark.
There you go. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when it comes to international trade, technically no government in the history of Canada has signed off on more trade agreements than this government. And I think that speaks volumes in terms of to the degree in which, as a government, we understand and appreciate that Canada is a trading nation. And a part of being a trading nation supports Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. I'm a bit surprised that the Conservative Party, in the most recent vote on a trade agreement that was with Ukraine, the Conservatives, including the member that just spoke, actually voted against a Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. Mr. Speaker, I suspect I'm going to get more time as we go on this morning. I look forward to being able to tell the Conservatives why it is that they are an absolute total failure when it actually comes to the trade file over the last year. My question to the member is, can he explain why he specifically voted against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement?
Dufferin-Caledon.
Simple. They tried to put a carbon tax in a trade agreement for the first time ever. It was desperate, it was pathetic, and we voted against a bad trade agreement. But to get back to the point at hand, on softwood lumber, $9 billion worth of duties now collected by the United States, tens of thousands of workers out of work, and the person who chairs the Canada Cabinet Committee for the Canada-United States just resigned, calling this government engaging in election gimmicks. So at a time when we're facing 25% tariffs from the incoming President of the United States, a 9-year dispute on softwood lumber going nowhere, their incompetence in this file is unrivaled. The only question I really have is, why is the NDP still supporting this terrible government, especially after getting crushed in BC with 12% in this by-election?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to have talked about the motion with respect to international trade, but I would like to ask him a question about the by-election in Cloverdale, Langley City. The member that was elected, the Conservative member, is a former member of this House that is recognized, known for her very controversial opinions. I'd like to know what my Conservative colleague thinks about her arrival in the caucus. Does it strengthen his position?
Controversial views he's talking about. What I do know is this. She got 66% of the vote, crushing the Liberals by 50%. Every member in that Liberal caucus now knows their seat is in danger. They've lost elections in Toronto, in Montreal, and now destroyed in British Columbia. And the other thing, though, that's so concerning for the NDP is they got 12%. 12% in British Columbia. The Roosters are coming home to roost for an NDP leader who pathetically and continuously supports this corrupt, woke Liberal government. They are getting served what they deserve in British Columbia, and they will when there's a carbon tax election as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member, New Westminster Burnaby.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the reason why Conservatives couldn't even muster a full speech on international trade is because their record has been so lamentable. I mean, we look at the CBSA cuts that they put into place during the corrupt Harper regime, actually eliminating almost 1,200 frontline positions, which have led, of course, to the kinds of problems that we're seeing now at the border. Now, they voted against the Ukraine trade deal as well. And we saw when the Conservatives were in place under the Harper Conservatives, the Harper regime had a terrible record when it came to selling out this country. And so that's why the Conservatives presented a concurrence motion and then couldn't even muster a 10-minute speech to actually talk about international trade. It's because their record has been so poor. So I'd like to come back to my colleague and simply ask him, why did they kill 1,200 positions in CBSA that has led to the crisis that we're seeing today?
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I am so glad that the NDP member brought up selling out, because what we're seeing in this country right now is the NDP leader selling out Canadians for his pension. And they're getting their just desserts on that. 12%. They almost didn't get their rebate in the by-election that just happened in British Columbia. The NDP leader continuously bowing down to to the Liberal Prime Minister, repeatedly propping him up in the face of all his corruption everything he's done to destroy this country, and every once in a while they puff up and say, oh, we're against this or against that, but when push comes to shove, they sell out every single time to prop up this corrupt, incompetent, out-of-control, radical Liberal government. He should be ashamed of himself.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Bay-Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, Adam Smith is the father of modern economics, and he understood a timeless truth. Trade is wealth. When we talk about trade and trading nations do best when they sell the things that they produce the best, and they trade for the rest. And Canada is a trading nation, or it should be. We sit as Canadians with the most natural resources per capita of any other nation on the planet. And Canadians should be rich from that. We have the third most oil in the world, the sixth most natural gas. We have all the things that the world needs for batteries, critical minerals. We are number one with potash. We have some of the best mines. But right now, Canadians are broke, Mr. Speaker, because trade deals that this government put together have been terrible for workers, for paychecks, and for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we now face a bigger problem with the Americans. Americans smell weakness in this Prime Minister. They smell weakness in this government. And after 9 years of fleecing this government, we have a GDP per capita in Canada that's $32,000 less per worker, per Canadian, than our American counterparts. We've seen $500 billion of investment go south. We've lost 90,000 softwood lumber jobs as we've got mirrored in bad trade deals. And so when we have a weak Prime Minister and we have a weak government, it means we need a strong opposition to formulate a trade partnership with our Trade Committee in order to study the upcoming CUSMA trade deal to make sure that we're tackling the weakness of this Prime Minister versus the strong President coming into the U.S. to ensure that we then have strength from this Parliament, because we certainly don't have it from this government. So, Mr. Speaker, we're asking for this Trade Committee to reconvene, to that we bring forth many witnesses to study the effects that a Donald Trump government will give to Canada and to Canadians and to their workers. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to read an amendment to our motion today, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The second report of the Standing Committee on International Trade presented on Thursday, October 27, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, including in relation to the protection of Canadian jobs, especially unionized jobs, in the electric vehicle, softwood lumber, and other sectors, given the announced policy of the incoming United States administration of President-elect Donald Trump to impose 25% tariffs on all Canadian exports to the United States, provided that for the purposes of this study, A, the holders of the following offices recognized in law, howsoever styled, should each be ordered to appear individually as witnesses for at least 2 hours each.
I would like to second
at the prescribed dates and times for which the committee shall be instructed to meet on those times. 1. The Minister of Labour on Monday, January 6, 2025 at 2 p.m. 2. The Ministry of Industry on Tuesday, January 7, 2025, 11 a.m. 3. The Deputy Minister of Citizenship and Immigration on Tuesday, January 7, 2025, at 2 p.m. 4. The Minister of International Trade on Wednesday, January 8, 2025, at 11 a.m. 5. The Director of Canadian Security Intelligence Service on Wednesday, January 8, 2025, at 2 p.m. 6. The Minister of Foreign Affairs on Thursday, January 9, 2025, at 11 a.m. 7. The President of the Canada Border Services Agency on Thursday, January 9, 2025, at 2 p.m. 8. The Minister of Citizenship and Immigration on Monday, January 13, 2025, at 11 a.m. 9. The Ambassador of Canada to the United States of America on Monday, January 13, 2025, at 2 p.m. 10. The Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness on Tuesday, January 14, 2025, at 11 a.m. 11. The National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister on Tuesday, January 14, 2025, at 2 p.m. 12. The Minister of Finance on Wednesday, January 15, 2025, at 11 a.m. 13. The Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police on Wednesday, January 15, 2025, at 2 p.m. And 14. The Prime Minister on Thursday, January 16, 2025, at 11 a.m. B. The committee shall hold such additional meetings as may be necessary during the weeks of January 6 and 13, 2025, to hear from stakeholders, experts, union leaders, premiers, or other representatives of provincial and territorial governments and other witnesses who are proposed by the members of the committee. And C, if a new or increased tariff is imposed by the United States government during the week of January 20th, 2025, 1, the committee shall meet within 24 hours of any such announcement, and 2, the committee may order the reattendance of any minister named in paragraph A as the committee sees fit.
Mr. Williams, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The second report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, presented on Thursday, October 27, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, including in relation to the protection of Canadian jobs, especially unionized jobs in the electric vehicle, softwood lumber, and other sectors, given the announced policy of the upcoming United States administration of President-elect Donald Trump to impose 25% tariffs on all Canadian exports to the United States, provided that, for the purpose of this study, A, the holders of the following offices recognized in law, howsoever styled, shall be ordered to appear individually as witnesses for at least 2 hours each in the prescribed dates and times for which the committee shall be instructed to meet at those times. 1, the Minister of Labour, Monday, January 6, 2025, at 2 p.m. 2, the Minister of Industry on Tuesday, January 7, 2025, at 11 a.m. 3, the Deputy Minister of Citizenship Immigration on Tuesday, January 7, 2025, at 2 p.m. 4, the Minister of International Trade on Wednesday, January 8, 2025, at 11 a.m. 5, the Director of the Canadian Security Intelligence Services on Wednesday, January 8, 2025, at 2 p.m. 6, the Minister of Foreign Affairs on Thursday, January 9, 2025, at 11 a.m. 7, the President of the Canada Border Services Agency on Thursday, January 9, 2025, at 2 p.m. 8, the Minister of Citizenship and Integration on Monday, January 13, 2025, at 11 a.m. 9, the Ambassador of Canada to the United States of America on Monday, January 13, 2025, at 2 p.m. 10, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness on Tuesday, January 14, 2025, at 11 a.m. 11, the National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister on Tuesday, January 14, 2025, at 2 p.m. 12, the Minister of Finance on Wednesday, January 15, 2025, at 11 a.m. 13, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police on Wednesday, January 15, 2025, at 2 p.m. And 14, the Prime Minister on Thursday, January 16, 2025, at 11 a.m. B, the committee shall hold other additional meetings as may be necessary during the weeks of January 6 and 13, 2025 to hear from the stakeholders, experts, union leaders, premiers, and other representatives of provincial and territorial governments and other witnesses who are proposed by members of the committee. And C, if a new increased tariff is imposed by the United States government during the week of January 20, 2025, 1, the committee shall meet within 24 hours of such an announcement. And 2, the committee may order at the reattendance of any minister named in paragraph A as the committee sees fit. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Much has been said this morning about the election in Cloverdale, Langley City yesterday, especially by the member from Caledon. So I'd like to remind Canadians exactly who the Conservatives ran in that election and won last night. This is an individual who was a member of Parliament before, when once on a Friday morning, when I was sitting in this chair in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, said the following during a debate on conversion therapy. Quoting Micah, said, "Woe to you, teachers of the law of Pharisees, you hypocrites! You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of bones of the dead and everything unclean." Wow. That's how she referred to our LGBT community. So, yes, congratulations to my Conservative colleagues. You have elected somebody for your party that is true to form of who you represent.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, if I got thrashed like they did last night, I'd be willing to turn the page and talk about something else too. But let's just talk about trade for a minute. Our Canadian dollar just dipped below 70 cents this morning for the first time. And what that means for Canadians who are already facing the highest grocery bills they've ever had under 9 years of this Liberal government means grocery bills are going up again. So that single mother who's in Kingston and who has to go to the grocery store and try to buy milk and food and bread for her children, who, by the way, are getting no tax back in a GST so-called holiday this season, they have to now face higher grocery bills at the grocery store. Shame on this government. Shame on this member for thrashing another member of Parliament. He should look at himself.
Yeah. Questions. Question commentaire. L'honneur of the député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'd like to thank my colleague for Bay of Quinte. The amendment is one that I think offers more accountability, and that's always a good idea. It's important at committee. I would just like to mention to him something that happened at the ININ committee, the Indigenous and Northern Affairs committees. Once again, there was a Conservative motion, like the pattern we're seeing today, and the Minister of Official Languages was called to the committee. It created a controversy because he resigned in the interim. Then the Liberals asked for the new Minister of Official Languages to be the one, not the member for Edmonton Centre. So all sorts of things happened. There was a whole bunch of going back and forth to the House. Did my colleague think about that? Did he think about the fact that when he tabled his motion calling on the Prime Minister that he might no longer be Prime Minister? Thank you.
Of Quinte.
Well, Mr. Speaker, merci beaucoup pour mon honourable colleague. We can only dream. I think Canadians right now are all unanimous. They agree that this Prime Minister needs to resign, that we need a new government. But we're forced on the reality right now that this Prime Minister isn't going anywhere, buoyed up by the NDP, who seem to think that everything is all is well. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to one of the biggest issues we have coming up, it is our trading agreements, and it's a trading agreement with the Americans. So when we look at precedents right now for this House of Commons in any capacity, it is on our trading relationship with the Americans. And it's so bad that the premiers are stepping up where the Americans are. Our Prime Minister is so weak that it's the premiers who are standing up for Canada right now. And it's the Premier for Quebec who did stand up and said that he will make sure that he puts resources into the borders, because the President right now is threatening tariffs if we don't take care of our borders. And we should have to want to take care of our borders, not just for that relationship, but because Canadians should want to see a secure border. Let's make sure we stand up behind those premiers, stand up where this Prime Minister isn't, and stand up for Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I mean, the official opposition is supposed to be a government that's prepared to put in place policies. And tragically, the Conservatives have been absolutely lamentable when it comes to border security. I mean, they're the ones that devastated our CBSA staff. 1,200 officers eliminated under the Harper regime. Tragically, the Liberals haven't restored all those positions, only part of them. And that is the nux of the problem, Madam Speaker. This Conservative inaction, Conservative cuts have made our border less secure. Will a single Conservative stand up and apologize for what they did in devastating border security?
Answer from the honourable for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, if anyone needs to apologize, it's this opposition leader and this opposition, the NDP, asking Conservatives who 9 years ago made changes when there wasn't a problem with the border, had 9 years to fix it, and now are complaining about the border not being fixed. Madam Speaker, we're going to put the resources into the border. We're going to stop the problems that are occurring over the border. We're going to make sure that the fentanyl traffickers that this NDP government and the Liberal government allowed get put back and put behind bars. We're going to take care of the border because this government won't. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise to talk about what I believe is a very important issue. In fact, Madam Speaker, I've been advocating for Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, in a very big way, virtually since 2016, Madam Speaker, when we had come into government and presented our first budget. And I don't say that lightly, Madam Speaker, because a big part of the whole trade file is to start off by saying that Canada is a trading nation. We depend on exports and world trade probably than virtually any other country, Madam Speaker. And it has really helped elevate Canada to the nation it is today. We have incredible workforces in a wide spectrum of a multitude of different industries, and we are, in essence, supporting through commodities, through products, through services throughout the world, Madam Speaker. So I've always been a strong advocate in terms of the importance of international trade, Madam Speaker. So important to all of us. I find it interesting that the Conservative Party actually wanted to talk about trade today when you contrast the Conservative Party, especially over the last couple of years, and the policy positions that they have taken to what it is that we have done as a government. In the form of a question, I made it known to the Conservatives that I would like to be able to expand upon some of the thoughts that we've actually witnessed over the last 9 years. For example, Madam Speaker, people should be aware that no other government in the history of Canada has actually signed off trade agreements with other countries as this government has. And it is something in which I believe has had a very profound positive impact for all Canadians in all regions, because it creates jobs and opportunities in very real and tangible ways. And it also invites others to look at Canada as a place to invest. In fact, Madam Speaker, back in 2023, Canada was #1 in terms of the G7 on a per capita basis in terms of foreign investment coming into a country. #1. Worldwide, on the same metric, you'll find that Canada was #3, Madam Speaker. So when you get private sectors and nonprofits and other levels of governments, a whole combination of things around the world, looking at Canada, saying that we want to invest in Canada, I suspect there's a number of factors that are at play. One of those is the fact that as a government over the last 9 years, we have been so successful in negotiating and getting signed trade agreements, Madam Speaker. And that has had a very positive impact in all communities of Canada, Madam Speaker. Interesting, when we hear about the USA and the tariffs proposed by President-elect Trump, you know, it's kind of like gives you a bit of a flashback during Trump's first administration, when then President Trump took a very hard line, and the Conservatives virtually buckled almost instantly, Madam Speaker. And they were being critical of the government, saying, do what's necessary, capitulate, get an agreement signed. It wasn't that long ago when President Trump, for the first time, challenged Canada and our trade policies. It was not, Madam Speaker, if you take a look at it, we did not listen to the Conservatives. Instead, we put Canadians first and foremost. And we continued with the negotiations.
One of the things that I said in the past and I believe today, and it was reinforced in a recent trade mission that I went on personally, Madam Speaker, and that is that Canada, as a nation, has the best trade negotiators in the world, Madam Speaker, second to no others. And we have real, tangible experience within that collective group, Madam Speaker. And as a government, we have made it very clear that we are going to put the interests of Canadians and the workers first, Madam Speaker, whenever it comes to trade negotiations. Unlike the Conservative Party. Unlike the leader of the Conservative Party, who made the decision that back then just to capitulate. You know, one of the differences between the leader of the Conservative Party and how the government deals with trade, Madam Speaker, is you have the leader of the Conservative Party that goes around virtually wanting to promote in every forum that he virtually goes to that Canada is broken. And he plays into a lot of the issues that President-elect brings up, like the issue of border controls. And there's so much hypocrisy in the misinformation that is being provided by the leader of the Conservative Party. So when you talk about trade between Canada and the United States, and then you get the leader of the Conservative Party going around saying, well, we can't do anything with our borders, our border system is broken. Number one, it's not true. It's just not true. And number two, one would think he's negotiating on behalf of Donald Trump in the United States. And I say shame on him for that sort of an attitude. And if you want a third thing to realize, Madam Speaker, that was when he was in government, when he sat around the cabinet table, Madam Speaker, his decision back then was to cut services, Madam Speaker, to the border controls. Was it whether it was sniffer dogs or just overall number of border officers, Madam Speaker? Significant cuts. Well over 1,000 jobs cut from border controls. So imagine that. You now have a leader of the Conservative Party, a mouthpiece on negotiations for Donald Trump, going around saying that the border, there are no border controls, that it's broken in Canada. Yet he's the one, when he was sat around a cabinet table, that made serious cuts that caused a great deal of damage. But we as government, we restored those cuts, Madam Speaker. And we did not capitulate like the Conservatives advocated for us to do on the first round of Donald Trump. Fact. And those aren't the facts, Madam Speaker. But then you get the leader of the Conservative Party on his slogan tours that he takes across the country, trying to give that false impression that Canada is broken. Shame. And it is shameful. As a government of Canada, we should be taking a Team Canada approach, Madam Speaker. There are some things in which is more important to Canadians and our lifestyle and just the need to be in sync when it comes to negotiating with the United States on the file of trade, as opposed to being an ally to President-elect Trump. He should be looking at being an ally with Canadians in dealing with the need to have a negotiated agreement with the United States that is fair and good for Canadians and Canadians first, Madam Speaker. And the leader of the Conservative Party has not demonstrated that in real terms. He might have fancy slogans and they might be able to pump them out like there's no tomorrow, Madam Speaker, but at the end of the day, when it comes to serving Canadians in a very real and challenging, in a challenging way, the member from the leader of the Conservative Party is found wanting, I would suggest, Madam Speaker. And that is the reality of it. Why is trade so important, Madam Speaker? Because it means jobs and opportunities, whether it's in the service industry or the building, constructing of widgets. Food security. You know, I had the opportunity earlier this month to be a part of a trade mission to the Philippines, Madam Speaker. What a wonderful opportunity, and I'm grateful to have been with the Minister of International Trade, who did an outstanding job in terms of, through staff and diplomacy, we were able to bring what has been arguably, according to the President of the Philippines, President Marcos, one of the largest trade missions that he has seen in generations, Madam Speaker, in many years. Maybe not using the word generations, Madam Speaker, but in many years in the Philippines. And what happened, Madam Speaker?
I have a point of order. The Honourable for New Westminster Burnaby.
This is an important debate on international trade, but Conservatives are not showing up even though they provoked this, so I call quorum, Madam Speaker.
I just want to remind member he can call quorum, but he shouldn't be saying how many people may be or not be in the chamber. I'm going to just double check on quorum. We don't have quorum at this time, so I'll call the bells. House Leader can resume.
Madam Speaker, I know the Conservatives don't necessarily want to hear what I have to say because of their abysmal performance on Ukraine and other trade agreements, but maybe that's a good way in which I could pick up after I finish commenting, Madam Speaker, and because of the interruption, let me start again in regards to what I thought was a very important initiative. For me, I've been advocating for better and encouraged trade relations between Canada and Philippines for many years. And that's the reason why I was so pleased to be a part of a trade mission to the Philippines, where the Minister of International Trade was an absolute wonderful host, to the degree in which even President Marcos commented on the size of the trade mission, because it is the largest that he had seen in many, many years, Madam Speaker. We had, in essence, 800 participants, hundreds from Canada, hundreds from the Philippines. It was businesses and others coming together, and in essence, what I've described is almost like a speed dating between businesses as they were making connections, all for one purpose: to increase the opportunities of both nations to be able to expand upon trade, Madam Speaker. And there are a couple of things that really I would want to highlight. Through the trade mission, and because of its success, the minister and the government ultimately announced that we are now entering into exploratory discussions for a trade agreement between Canada and the Philippines, Madam Speaker. That is good news, both for Canada and the Philippines. There are so many opportunities that are there. You know, earlier this year, back in February, I was in the Philippines with the Minister of Agriculture, where we actually opened up an office, an trade office, Madam Speaker, to recognize how Canada can actually play a strong role in the Philippines through its Manila office, and that office dealt with the Asian Pacific countries. 30-plus countries, Madam Speaker, all based on agricultural type of trade opportunities. So there is no doubt that the relationship between Canada and Philippines continues to grow and has never been better than what we have today with this government, Madam Speaker. And we're going to continue to push. I understand that those exploratory discussions could begin as early as this January, Madam Speaker. I can assure this House that I will continue to push and advocate for that trade agreement, much like I advocated for the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. Let's have a flashback to the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, Madam Speaker. You'll recall the heated discussions that were taking place on the floor of the House of Commons when we had the president of Ukraine at a time of war actually came to Canada to sign a trade agreement with Canada. It gives you the sense of urgency and why it is Ukraine wanted to be able to have this agreement signed off. It's such an important thing, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, when you stop and you think about it, every member of the House except for the Conservatives actually voted in favor of it, Madam Speaker. I think the community outside of Ottawa, outside of the Ottawa bubble, were shocked to see the very first trade agreement that the Conservatives ever voted against was the actual Canada-Ukraine trade agreement update, Madam Speaker. Incredible to see conservative after conservative stand in his or her place and say no to Ukraine, while at the same time we saw members of the NDP, all of them, members of the Green, the Bloc, and of course Liberals recognize the value of having that trade agreement with Ukraine, Madam Speaker. I cannot believe that the Conservatives voted against it. Why is trade important? Let me give you a tangible example, Madam Speaker. One of the industries that I often talk about inside the House is Manitoba's pork industry, Madam Speaker. It is such a wonderful industry. It has created literally thousands of jobs in the province of Manitoba. It has focused a great deal of concentration in the city of Winnipeg with thousands of jobs, Brandon, Neepawa, not to mention many rural communities, Madam Speaker, where we see the hogs being 4 minutes ago, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the heads up. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that as an industry, the pork industry is very much wanting to see trade expand. It is an exporting industry in the province of Manitoba. There's many concerns in regards to it. But the bottom line is securing markets is absolutely critical to the pork industry, and it is something in which I will always stand up to defend and to advocate for, Madam Speaker. All one needs to do is take a look at the industry. I think it's 8 million hogs in Manitoba, or pigs that will be born in Manitoba. We only have a population of just under 1.4 million, yet we have 8 million pigs. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm sure you can do the math and you can figure out that pork is being exported. Companies like High Life, who creates hundreds of jobs in the community of Neepawa, they are very much dependent on exports. When we had the trade mission in the Philippines, there were representatives from High Life, from Maple Leaf. Maple Leaf has a beautiful plant in Brandon, well over 1,000 jobs there. They have a beautiful plant in Winnipeg, well over 1,000 jobs there. And these are direct jobs, not to mention the indirect jobs. Madam Speaker, if you can give me a 1-minute warning, I would truly appreciate it. How much did she say? 2.5. Madam Speaker, these are all very important jobs. You know, take a look in the city of Winnipeg. We can talk about Flyers industry. World-class buses, Madam Speaker. They're export markets, whether it's to the United States, throughout Canada, that we produce some of, if not the best, public transportation through buses, Madam Speaker. And we see that. Whether it's on the streets of Ottawa, you see Flyer industry. They're dependent. They need and they want to see these type of trade agreements because they make a difference. What I would suggest to you is with a Liberal administration, you do not have to worry about a government that will capitulate like the leader of the Conservative Party or the Conservative Party in general will do when it comes to negotiations, whether it's the United States, Europe, or any other part of the world, because we understand the true value of trade, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to fight for that because that means jobs. That means a stronger, a healthier middle class, Madam Speaker. And that is something in which we want to see, and we will continue, Madam Speaker, no matter how the Conservatives want to change the focus. That will be our focus, Canadians first, in a very real and tangible way, and we can see with tangible results in terms of the types of things that we have done as government, especially, Madam Speaker, on the trade file. Hopefully I'll get some more time later to talk on it. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I do have an amendment, sub-amendment. I would move, seconded by the member from Waterloo, that the amendment be amended by replacing the words 24 hours with the words 48 hours, Madam Speaker.
Great amendment.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. Jagger, moves the following sub-amendment, that the amendments be amended by replacing the words 24 hours with the words 48 hours, and the sub-amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the intervention from the Liberal member, he talked about trade and he talked about a lot about jobs. And I wanted to ask him specifically about all of the forestry workers who have lost jobs in Canada, especially in British Columbia, where I'm from. This government failed to negotiate a softwood lumber agreement as part of CUSMA. They also failed to negotiate a separate softwood lumber agreement over the last 9 years of this government under three U.S. administrations. And so I would like to ask the member why this government does not consider a softwood lumber agreement important with the United States, especially considering the thousands of jobs that have been lost in Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, seriously, Madam Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party sat around a cabinet table with Stephen Harper when, in fact, he capitulated, as he suggested that we do on the trade agreement with the United States, in regards to the whole softwood industry. And as a result of his capitulation back then, we literally lost a significant portion of a potential industry that could have actually grown. They like to say that they got a deal. Well, anyone can score a deal, Madam Speaker. What's at stake is getting a deal that's in Canadians' best interest, that's going to create the maximum number of opportunities for Canadians. And what we have learned through time and experience is that the Conservatives are so eager to capitulate, Madam Speaker, when negotiations get tough. Contrast that to us, Madam Speaker, we will continue to advocate as we have. As I've indicated, no other government in the history of Canada has signed off on more trade agreements than this government has.
Hear, hear.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening to what my colleague had to say, and I was rather flummoxed. He spoke about every subject under the sun, and it really feels like he's living in a parallel universe, Madam Speaker. With the chaos that we saw yesterday in Parliament, there were calls for the government to resign from nearly all other party. So it seems that this government has absolutely no credibility. But now they're talking about a whole other range of things. A question. Just before the winter break, does he not believe that he might his leader might need and his government might need permanent vacations. Do they have any credibility in this House and in front of their electors and voters?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, members opposite will excuse me for not necessarily wanting to focus in terms of what the desires of the opposition might be, but rather focus my attention in terms of what it is that Canadians want to see. And I can tell members opposite what they want to see is a government that continues to move forward on a number of different issues. I'm surprised the member did not ask about supply management. I always thought that the Bloc would want to highlight that particular issue, but given that they did not highlight that, allow me to highlight it, Madam Speaker. This is when it comes to the issue of supply management, it's been Liberals that have brought and introduced supply management here in Canada, and it's going to be a Liberal government that continues to protect supply management. And I'll tell you one thing, Madam Speaker, when we talk about negotiations with Trump, don't kid yourself. The Conservatives, under this leader, the Conservative leader, they will throw supply management out the door.
They will.
Canadians need to be concerned. If you want to protect issues like supply management when it comes to trade agreements, we got to be very careful not to ensure that the Conservatives never have the opportunity to be able to deal that away, because it's such an important issue.
They will.
Comments? The honour from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. Madam Speaker, I'd be remiss if I did not ask my colleague to consider some of the comments that have been made today by the Conservative Party, congratulating the newly elected soon-to-be MP for, Cloverdale Langley, who claimed Cloverdale City. Thank you for the correction. We know, Madam Speaker, that this member is another blatantly homophobic member of Parliament, soon to be here amongst us, and I'm curious to know how much money has been spent through fundraising on misinformation that was put into this campaign to make sure that we have another far-right homophobic Conservative in this House. Madam Speaker, my question to the member is, we know that when Harper was in his position, there were so many positions lost. I have more details here, but I'm running out of time. 1,100 to 1,200 positions from CBSA, frontline officers that were lost. We lost 100,000 jobs in mills across Canada. Why did the Liberals not put us in a better position today so that when Trump's coming in, we're not in the same position? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to pick up on her first comment in regards to the by-election yesterday, because I do think it's a reflection on the leadership of the Conservative Party, because they would actually be aware of the personality in terms of in which they feel very, very comfortable with. The member from Langley City, or Cloverdale Langley City, and this is a quote that what she has said inside the chamber, and I quote, "Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of bones of the dead and everything unclean." And she's referring to the LGBT community, Madam Speaker. And I think.
Point of order, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
The Conservatives are heckling that was a reference to liberals when that, and now they're laughing when that is what their brand new colleague said in this House about 3 years ago, Madam
Sorry,
Speaker.
the Honourable Member, that is a point of debate and not a point of order. I do want to remind members that please listen to the questions and the answers without disruption, and that I think that everybody deserves that respect here in the House. Everybody knows the rules. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, if he can wrap it up so we can go to a different question.
Very quickly, Madam Speaker, I think that the member from Kingston and the Islands and others now have raised the issue with the Conservative Party. Hopefully, during question period or during one of the questions they ask, they can actually say that they still stand by statements of this nature, or say something to at least try to give some sort of clarity in terms of what the Conservative Party really believes about their candidate.
That's right.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was listening intently to the member's speech and his comments, and it's interesting that we are having a debate on international trade today, and I really appreciated his comments on supply management, because Canadians should be aware that the Conservative Party, their position is not one of supporting supply management in Canada. And it's interesting because when we did renegotiate the NAFTA agreement, which is CUSMA, I guess known as, we had a Team Canada approach. All political parties, all Canadians, coast to coast to coast, were there together. And what we saw under Ukraine when we were fighting for international law was that all members of parliament, Canadians, were together, but the Conservatives changed their ways and they chose to pick Russia, Putin, over Ukraine. And similarly, when we saw a Canadian be killed on Canadian soil and there was evidence or intelligence that there was from a foreign entity, the first day everyone stood together, but the next day the leader of the Conservative Party actually was calling out Canada rather than calling out India. And what I find is interesting is right now we know that we might be up for another battle with our cousins to the south, and I would like to ask the member, what kind of confidence should Canadians have in the Conservative Party? Do they pick Canadians first, or do they pick Conservatives first? Thank you,
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really do believe that the more that Canadians get to know to the degree in which the leader of the Conservative Party is, in fact, to the far right, that they'll get a better appreciation as to why it is that Conservatives should not actually form government. At the end of the day, you know, we're talking about trade today. Well, on the issue of trade, let there be no doubt that the Conservative Party of Canada's commitment to supply management is weak at best. And when you hear the leader of the Conservative Party's willingness to capitulate, I would not be surprised at all if, in fact, we lose supply management if there were ever to be a Conservative government that's going up against discussions on trade with the United States. I genuinely believe that that would be at risk. And so individuals, you know, we get quality products, all sorts of benefits under supply management. We need to be aware in terms of the consequences of voting for a far-right Conservative.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And when we look at what's actually happened in the last 9 years with the relationship with the Americans and the failed trade deal and the weak Prime Minister that we have, Canada actually found itself from being the #1 trading partner of the Americans to now the 3rd. Mexico was #1. When we look at some of the reasons why, well, it's taxes, it's regulations. Canada has increased the carbon tax over 5 times. It's going to increase the carbon tax again 19%. April 1st. The Americans don't have a carbon tax. We look at regulations. We have capital gains increases, taxes in Canada that are almost double the Americans. In Texas, there is no federal tax. The state tax is only 25%. So, Madam Speaker, taxes, regulations, and now loss of wealth. When we look at Manitoba, the member mentioned Manitoba is really important to him. They actually have 10% of their economy linked to U.S. trade, and if there's 25% tariffs, that's going to hurt the economy. Is the member prepared to lose 10% of their economy in Manitoba?
So that wasn't quite a brief question, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, if we can get a brief answer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The short answer is no, I don't want to lose that. And that's the reason why Canadians need to be aware that the Conservative Party of Canada, in particular this leader of the Conservative Party, will capitulate. He will sell out Canada in order to get any form of an agreement with Donald Trump, Madam Speaker. That is the reality of it. And I believe that the more that Canadians become acquainted with the person of the leader of the Conservative Party, that they will also adopt the same conclusions that I have come to, and that is that the Conservative Party is the greatest threat to trade here in Canada in protecting certain industries, including supply management.
Order, order, order. If members have questions and comments, they need to wait till the appropriate time. But having said that, the questions and comments for the Parliamentary Secretary is done. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I haven't said anything yet, so hold on. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased and honoured to rise today in this 51st Parliament, even though, given the absence of the Governor, who is not here right now. But all things aside, I think we have here a truly important question and concerning. And let's be clear, we can't put our head in the sand or freak out yet. we're talking about these tariff threats. Right now, it's still hypothetic. We're basing this on one tweet that was sent, and then it was seen like an announcement as if on January 20th, as soon as Mr. Trump became the president of the United States, these tariffs would come into effect. But when you read the whole message, though, it says, unless there are deep changes established at the borders by Mexico and Canada, unless. So also, I think when you look at Mr. Trump's business background in particular, and when you look at his vision that he's always had as a candidate and also as a president during his first term, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think he will change his policy too much. His overall vision of international relations is rather traditional. It's globalization from the 1990s, when we thought that there was a world order and global citizenship and rules would end all national interests and nations. We're not talking about that. Mr. Trump has always had a vision that is much more traditional. When there are negotiations in a rapport de force. Yes, this is concerning, of course, but we can also assume that we have a future U.S. government, a future president that is affirming this strength, and then will negotiate with his partners for something. And we see this in his position. Well, in terms of all the global conflicts, the war in Ukraine, his vision is that both sides must make concessions. So now we can strongly suppose that's what we're going to see right again. For us at the Bloc, in terms of the independence movement in particular, trade relations, economic relations with the U.S. is fundamental. And there was a historical calculation that was done, a wager made by the independence movement, by our economists, that involved Jacques Parizeau and Bernard Landry before they both became premiers in 1994. But well before this, when the question with Brian Mulroney and free trade arose, under the context of U.S. protectionism, President Reagan wanted to sign a free trade deal with Canada, and it's thanks to Quebec's support and the independence movement that we were able to do so. And now today we see, of course, we went too far in some respects. Maybe we became too dependent on free trade. And then after, in the 90s, we crossed the fine line between facilitating trade and signing very binding agreements when all our lives have become commercialized. We went too far. But that was the calculation at the time. Even though we just lost a referendum in the 90s based on economic fear, many irrational fears, the independence movement was that they would never depend on Ottawa's changes in humor or face Ottawa's threat, because now we'd be able to do trade on a north-south basis and not east-west. But when we look at things today, the U.S. is Quebec's main trading partner. We have 12,000 Quebec companies that do business there. Some of them are particularly successful. Couche-Tard, Saputo, Miraless, many of them. There are many examples. They're roughly 50% of Quebec's GDP that is based on exports to the U.S. We are an exporting nation. So of these 50% of exports, 70% of them go to the U.S. And roughly 10% of all our exports go to one state, and that is the state of New York. And that's without saying that many of our artists are very popular in the U.S., Robert Lepage, for example. So the U.S. obviously has a capital importance for Quebec. So what do? We need to acknowledge, as I said in my introduction, the fact that the U.S. power has changed in the 90s. The U.S. carried the whole idea of globalization. And when I say globalization, I don't just mean globalization of trade, but also at the time they talked about establishing global institutions, almost a global society, like the Clinton administration talked openly about at the time. But this is no longer the case today. And after years and decades even of Western naivety with respect to the power of China, and we woke up and we realized that globalization now benefits China and no longer the U.S. like it was initially the case. And that's, the institutions that were established that were created by the U.S. after the Second World War, like the World Bank, and in 1995, like the WTO, they lost a lot of weighting. Today, we see this with the Shanghai Organization and the BRICS. There's a reestablishment of regional agencies, and now there's no longer a U.S. hegemony, and Washington is not even striving for this anymore. Washington no longer wants to be a superpower or the world's police. Washington has stepped back from this, and the first thing we have to do is to recognize that. But we shouldn't think either that the U.S., like we thought when we believed in the myth of globalization, well, even in the 90s, the free trade supporters under Reagan, well, they still established punitive tariffs on cars from Japan, and they forced relocalization of the car industry to the North American continent. So there was a new re-centralization of powers to regional levels, and it was no longer the U.S. that was the only superpower. And yes, we cannot change the world by ourselves. We can only influence it positively, they said. And you have to really see things clearly. And if we want to rebuild a North American supply chain, no one can do that alone. The U.S. cannot do that alone. Mexico cannot either. Canada can't either, nor can Quebec. But we can do it all together. Obviously, there are many files where the U.S. or the Americans will need us. For example, most of the trade irritants that exist with the U.S. could probably be fixed or even lessened if everyone had a greater understanding of their mutual interest. For example, with electrification of transportation, the U.S. established the Inflation Reduction Act, and unlike what Ottawa thinks, this doesn't mean all tax credits go to this. It applies to all North American production. I remember that when President Biden said that here, I saw a lot of people stand up and applaud. They didn't really read this or understand it, because the credit only applies to batteries that will be created not in North America, but only in the U.S. So while most of the battery factories will be made in China, almost all of them, and that they have a very aggressive control in China to get their hands on critical minerals throughout the world, it's thanks to the U.S. that we're able to succeed. There is a housing crisis in the U.S., and we do have wood here in Canada. So that would be a good argument to end the softwood lumber crisis, which has created headlines. So once again, I'm not afraid to say this, that we have supply management. It's not only something we want to defend, it's also a model that the U.S. could take inspiration from. This model guarantees food autonomy and land occupation. It guarantees development of rural communities and of villages. Also, aside from these files, Canada, clearly, regardless of what government was in power, well, we saw this with supply management. The Harper government at the time said, we're going to encourage Western beef, and we don't care what's happening in Quebec, and then we're going to encourage Western beef, which really didn't make its way to Europe at the end of the day because there were a lot of tariff measures that were established. And the same thing when we renegotiated North American free trade. Ottawa had a choice to defend Ontario Steel or Quebec aluminum, and they went with Southern Ontario Steel. And this formula required them to use 70% of Ontario steel, but also aluminum parts. Sorry, not Ontario Steel, North American Steel. So we're talking about aluminum parts from North America, and this meant that the Chinese and Indian dumping to Mexico could continue. So they sent liquid metals to be melted, and then Mexico made a part out of it. It was objectively a North American-made part, and that's what we considered to be dumping. And we rose our objection at the time. We said, yes, dumping is taking place, and aluminum is not the same as steel. At the beginning of the agreement, they said no. I know we can't. My colleague from Louis Saint Laurent had his head in the sand when he was in the government at the time. At the time, they were putting their heads in the sand by saying that, and then they said it's not true that there's a double standard that being offered. And then the government recognized it after because they reached an agreement with Quebec. You remember that, my friend. There was an agreement with the Bloc at the time to promise that if they recognized the dumping that was taking place, that there would be statutes established. And the same thing with respect to the U.S. and Mexico, that both ended up recognizing this dumping that took place afterwards. But aside from all of these files that we saw, Ottawa, like the Supreme Court always, or the Tower of Pisa that compared them to that. There are many files, where Washington is absolutely legitimate in asking for, what it is. In terms of the U.S. border, there are immigrants that are sent to Canada. And we saw this with control over merchandise from forced labor. There is a Uyghur region in China, and the U.S. has billions in products that are seized. On the Canadian side, I think it's around 6 containers. We're far from the same amount. So the U.S. is right to suspect Canada, not its 51st U.S. state, but perhaps they think that it's China's backyard. It has no control over its borders. Not only, as we said rightly, in terms of smugglers and gangs and criminals, but also in terms of trades and merchandise that come from forced labor. And in the budget from March 2021, the government said that there would be a law to ban forced labor in supply chains and better control at borders before the end of 2023. And now it's the end of 2024, and in this year's budget, it was the same thing. They're pushing it ahead. And now the session will end later, and we haven't still seen any hint of such a bill. So the U.S. are right to look at Canada that says proudly that it's a post-national state, but they really don't understand what the strategy is, what geopolitics are. They need to understand things nationally and internationally, but we are really a laggard in this respect. It's the same thing in terms of control and surveillance of investment. The same thing. The U.S. has very strong networks to control and surveil. And in Ottawa, we have a total laissez-faire situation. So obviously, we understand their choice. They have a new president in place and possibly a new prime minister. We have to follow that. But there will be an election because Ottawa is not at all legitimate with respect to Washington. We have a very fragile government. But at the end of the day, I think as a Quebec independent supporter, that Quebec, since the 1960s, we have adopted strategic laws and investment in Quebec that understands what national economic situation is, and we've made a very strong wager, and we are much in a better position than Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention today. I listened quite attentively, and in particular to the geopolitical lens that he puts on this issue. And I don't disagree with him on actually a lot of what he said, in particular about a North America plan or what Canada's role is in that as it relates to the United States and Mexico. But he must agree, in particular in the last round of negotiations with the Americans in what produced CUSMA, he must agree that I'm not sure if he was in the House at the time, but it was quite adamant from Conservatives at the time that we make a deal at all costs. The deal needed to come, and it needed to come immediately. We were staring down the barrel of tariffs. We had retaliatory tariffs on the U.S., and it was very clear all that they cared about was a deal, regardless, it seemed, regardless of what was in that. Does he think that if Conservatives have the opportunity to negotiate that deal, that they're going to be as successful as this government was last time?
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, no, but I would say that there is a difference. Well, I see both sides, in summary. Yes, it's better to have an agreement than not. But sometimes it's better to have no agreement than a bad one. That's clear. Now, that said, I think one of the possible ways forward, if we're talking about lumber, think about the National Miller Association, who are telling us that it's making construction costs skyrocket. Americans need housing. We need to do something about this. So there are voices standing up in the States as well against this. But I think we might need to diversify and transform the sector so we could gradually reduce our dependence on the U.S. We could diversify. For example, there's Europe, Asia. Aside from China, there are many options. In Asia, the Indo-Pacific strategy could be an option, but of course we need to fix things with the Americans.
Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for their speech today. And obviously, my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam is very close to the American border, but also has a very busy and important port. And I know that the government is going to make some announcements today about investments in the port, but I wonder if the member could share their experience of loss of funding in policing around ports and the border over the last even 10 years, the last two governments.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I have a great deal of respect for my colleague, for Pierre Boucher, as you almost said, Madam Speaker, but better to keep our own identities and have two of us. That way we can accomplish more. Now, when it comes to borders, ports are part of that. I'm not familiar with my colleague's writing and the case there, I'll say that openly, but there has been a real problem of auto theft at the Port of Montreal, for example, so we know that there is a lack of monitoring at ports and at borders. And those two problems are interrelated.
The Honour for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, when we look at trade and we look at the Americans, and of course there's big deals, 70% of Canada's economy is tied to the trade with the U.S. It's a big deal for Canadians, and of course we want to look at other markets, but we can't ignore the Americans. And we look to how to handle the Americans, and of course we've talked about how we've become the third largest trading partner to the Americans. Mexico's number one, China's number two. And when we have a new president coming in and talking tough to Canada and acting like he does, we have not the Prime Minister standing up for Canada, but it's actually the premiers. The Premier of Alberta, the Premier of Ontario, the Premier from Quebec have stood up to say either to talk tough to the Americans or to ensure they are taking care of the borders, which is the question. So my question to the member is, since we have these other premiers standing up where this weak Prime Minister isn't, how much do we need a strong Prime Minister to stand up for Canada?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, first of all, the fact that it's the premiers who are doing the work here may be telling us something. It's certainly not at all discouraging me from my own political beliefs, on the one hand, and on the other, starting from our rather poor Confederation agreement, where we agreed that international relations should be under federal jurisdiction, well, that certainly tells us something. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the only time that Quebec and Ontario were represented or had representatives in trade negotiations was during negotiations with the European Union. Now, it wasn't perfect. The Quebec representative said that a lot of it happened in corridors and that they weren't actually having as much power around the table. But at least it happened, and that's not because Ottawa insisted on it. It's because of the way the EU wanted things. We need a great deal more transparency and a lot more of an important position for the provinces in international relations and trade negotiations. That would be the lowest possible bar until Quebec has its own voice abroad. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar-Verdun. Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte spoke about the fact that the federated provinces could participate in trade negotiations, especially Quebec. I'd like to hear from my esteemed colleague. What would Quebec independence allow us to accomplish? How would this benefit Quebecers if they could participate more? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, I think it's quite clear that it's always better to be able to negotiate for oneself with all of our own interests at heart and not try to have to struggle to be able to protect little scraps of our interests. I mentioned a few examples, like aluminum. It's a good thing we were there to fight for Quebec, although the real goal would have been to get a real status for aluminum in the agreement. Same thing for supply management. Currently, we're just fighting to get the unelected Senate to actually look at the bill. But we wouldn't have that issue if Quebec were independent. Of course, we would have to make concessions and failures in negotiations, and sometimes we might have poor negotiators because independence also means we can make our own mistakes. But at least we would be the ones who would be responsible for our own mistakes, and we would not be the small minority that's always struggling just to make tiny points within the Canadian regime.
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to pick up on the exchange that the member and I had a few moments ago, because in response to that, he talked about diversifying your portfolio, for lack of better expression, of trading partners. And I could not agree more. You know, the Conservatives, we heard it from the member from Bay of Quinte, seem to be hung up on the fact that Canada has so much trade or the United States has so much trade with Mexico and China. I think it's important for us to be diversified, which is why this government has signed more trade deals, which is why we have a trade deal with the European Union, which is why we have a trade deal with Ukraine that the member from Bay of Quinte actually voted against. I'm wondering if the member can talk more about the importance of the diversification, because you don't want to put yourself, to the best of the ability that you can, to be in a situation where you're so dependent on one country. You need that diversification, which is why, if you're going to be a trading nation, it's in your best interest to have as many trading agreements with as many partners as possible, in my opinion.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. It's very simple as a principle. The less dependent we are, the better, because all sorts of things can happen. And whatever partner, whether it's the US or another, we saw that in 2019 when China decided to cut imports of Canadian pork. So when you put all your eggs in the same basket and there's that dependence on one partner, you end up at the mercy of this type of situation. In regard to Ukraine, I voted in favor, and so did my colleagues, in favor of the agreement with Ukraine. I would have opposed the Conservatives' amendments at committee because they wanted to include weapons sales in the agreement, and I thought that was a dangerous proposition. But I didn't agree that those amendments should be considered out of order, even though I was against them, because it's a real matter of transparency when there are negotiations here. There are real issues that sometimes you don't know what happened during the negotiations, and you can only vote on the finished product without knowing the details. You end up voting on the implementation bill, not on the agreement itself. And you're just told you can either swallow the finished product or nothing.
The Honour for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this House to speak of the second report from the Standing Committee on International Trade and the recommendations. Just to start, Madam Speaker, I should mention the fact that the NDP has always been a party that has supported appropriate trade between countries. We think that's very important. And the NDP has played a key role in that area to be sure that all of the trade agreements we sign are in the interests of Canadians. And so when we look at the softwood lumber agreement that was signed by the former Harper regime, that was an agreement that ended up being devastating for the softwood lumber industry in Canada. Hundreds of thousands of jobs were lost. We can't trust the Conservatives based on their record. It's been a disaster. These bad agreements, ill thought out, and that actually end up undermining Canadian sovereignty. So we don't take the Conservatives seriously on this, even though they're the ones who asked for this debate. We know that the Conservatives actually did not take the time to even fill out a 10-minute speech on international trade just now. There's the matter of electric vehicles and green energy on the one hand. Meanwhile, we look at the poor management of international trade on the other hand. Well, we really see that the Conservatives have acted poorly as a government. The Liberals are slightly better, but not that much. And later, I will speak about their lack of understanding of how we should invest. For example, the fact that we have lost almost 1,200 jobs in border services. These are agencies that protect our borders. And yet the Liberals simply replaced a little more than a third of the positions that were lost under the Harper government. So after 9 years of the Liberal government, they only have managed to replace about a third of the cuts. It shows a lack of political will to creating appropriate investments in international trade. And Madam Speaker, when we look at green energy, we have seen how that's increased very sharply under the Biden administration. There are American towns and cities that only use green energy. But unfortunately, the Harper government has a disastrous record on this. But the current government has also not made appropriate investments to catch up from the losses under 10 years of Harper. And so today, we're not actually seeing as many jobs as we should in the green energy field. Madam Speaker, my colleague for Timmins, James Bay, although I can't mention if he's in the House or not, played a key role in ensuring that in the end a bill was adopted about green energy and good unionized jobs. But the Conservatives blocked or tried to block that bill at every turn to avoid having us good unionized green jobs. But I would like to underscore the important work of my colleague for Timmins, James Bay, and the entire NDP caucus that supported that during the months where the Conservatives were blocking everything and trying to prevent the bill from being carried. But it has been carried, but unfortunately, the Liberals are not making the necessary investments to end up having those good jobs, and that's a real problem in this government. We saw the chaos yesterday, and it's continuing today. The government doesn't seem to understand how important it is to invest.
Speaker, I mentioned my colleague from Timmins, James Bay, because of the terrific work that he did on that bill. But I want to underscore that the NDP's approach is quite different from that of the other parties. The Liberals have been lax, we have to say, in terms of border security, in terms of investments in international trade. We got the bill through that allows for clean energy investments and good unionized jobs, and the Liberals have done virtually nothing to make the investments that actually make that bill, which was put into place under the leadership of my colleague from Timmins, James Bay, with the collaboration of the labour movement. The work was done, and Liberals have again dropped the ball on this. Now, this is one of the reasons why Canada is not creating the jobs that it could create by making those meaningful investments. And Madam Speaker, I like to come back to the CBSA cuts, because that is another example of how short-sighted both Conservative and Liberal governments have been over the last 20 years. We saw under the Conservatives a massive cut to CBSA frontline agents along the border, protecting the longest undefended border in the world. Is also a border that needs to be protected. It's a border where you need to make those investments. And the Conservatives under Stephen Harper, while they were cutting and slicing and dicing pensions and health care and services for people, destroying veteran services in the most egregious way, the most profoundly disrespectful way possible, they were also cutting border protection agents. The CBSA agents protect us, protect our border, ensure that the border is not porous, that there is a strategy and security in place. And the Harper Conservatives killed nearly 1,200 frontline jobs. Wow. Unbelievable that they would do that. Just in the same way that they slashed veteran services, forced seniors to work years longer. I mean, it was the most mean-spirited and corrupt government in Canadian history. And Conservatives have never apologized for their years in power where they did all of those destructive things. Never had a Conservative MP stand up and say, we apologize to our border officers across the country for axing 1,200 jobs. You don't have a single Conservative MP standing up and apologizing to veterans for axing veteran services in the most cruel way that they did, denying tens of thousands of Canadian veterans even a proper burial. Unbelievable how mean-spirited Conservatives were. And they've never stood up to apologize for axing health care or forcing seniors to work 2 years longer. But you would think in this debate, since they provoked this debate, that they would take the opportunity at least to apologize for gutting our border security. I mean, they would at least apologize for that, you would think. We have issues that are coming up around the Trump tariffs. This is real. It will have a dramatic impact. It could threaten hundreds of thousands of jobs. And Conservatives have never stood up and apologized and admitted that they created the problem, that when they slashed those jobs so long ago, that they were wrong to do that. And Liberals have never apologized for not fully reversing restoring the cuts. Now, Liberals will say, well, we went a third of the way. That's not enough. And an NDP government will be restoring those positions and making sure that we do have in place adequate border security across the country. Now, Madam Speaker, this report as well, the second report on the Standing Committee of International Trade, also deals with softwood lumber. And I want to come back to the issue of softwood lumber because it's very relevant. In this day and age, it's coming back. We have, I think, legitimate concerns about what's going to happen to the softwood lumber sector. Now, we know that the Conservatives have the worst record in history in Canada in terms of softwood lumber. And Madam Speaker, as a new member of Parliament, when Stephen Harper took control and the Harper regime was put into place, Canada had actually won at every level, at every trade tribunal, at every single level, and had just one final hurdle, one final trade tribunal decision that would have given Canada a complete victory. Now, this is something that people from across the country, people in softwood communities across the country, including in my province of British Columbia, and I've had a number of members of my family working in the softwood industry. I mean, we know softwood, and yet, despite the fact that we were so close to the finish line, winning that final victory that would have allowed unimpeded trade across the United States, the Harper regime snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Instead of going to that final decision, it would have been the ultimate victory for softwood lumber. The Harper government, out of ineptitude, out of an inability even to understand basic governing functions. I mean, Conservatives tend to be extremely superficial when they're in government. I'll come back to that in a moment. But in this case, it was just complete ineptitude that led to the softwood lumber sellout. Now, Madam Speaker, that decision, rather than finalizing that final trade tribunal judgment that would have given Canada complete and total victory, that decision, that ineptitude, that inability to even understand the industry led to the giving up of $1 billion of money from the softwood industry. It led to the loss of 100,000 jobs. And Madam Speaker, I fought in this House along with my colleagues. We fought against the softwood lumber sellout. Tragically, Liberals allied themselves with the Conservatives for reasons that they have never explained. The loss of jobs was catastrophic. The mills closing across British Columbia and across Canada. The major industry players started investing in the United States. Why? Well, because they didn't trust the Harper regime to actually put in place any sort of protections for the Canadian industry. And so as a result of this, we bled 100,000 jobs. That's 100,000 families that lost a breadwinner, Madam Speaker. That is devastating to communities right across the country as the mills shut down, not because Canada had any reason to concede to the United States, but because the Harper regime, in its incredible ineptitude, mean-spirited and incompetent, in the worst possible combination, just decided that they would do a press conference and concede everything. What they gave up was $1 billion. What they gave up was 100,000 jobs. What they gave up was over 200 mills across the country. Not a single Conservative MP has ever apologized for that devastation in the industry. Not a single Conservative MP has ever stood in this House and said, we're sorry to the 100,000 families that lost a breadwinner. We're sorry to the 200 communities that lost a mill. We're sorry for the $1 billion that we gave away because we were so inept and incompetent that we didn't understand that we were so close to that final trade tribunal victory. Madam Speaker, and this is why Canadians can never trust Conservatives. It's not just the mean-spiritedness of Conservatives and the Conservative philosophy. It's also the sheer incompetence of Conservatives when they're governing. And I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, talking about how Conservatives govern. I mean, we've seen in Alberta and Saskatchewan and Ontario how they govern healthcare systems. The worst healthcare outcomes in the country are in Conservative provinces. The worst waiting lists, the longest lineups at emergency wards. As I was had to go after a bicycle accident a few weeks ago to Ottawa Civic, 14-hour wait in the emergency ward. Many of the people in pain and suffering. The Conservatives in power in Ontario don't seem to care about that. Conservatives in Ontario and Saskatchewan and Alberta don't care about the fact that they have profoundly worse health outcomes than, for example, in British Columbia and Manitoba, which are NDP provinces where there has been investments made in the healthcare sector, and as a result of that, we see much better health outcomes. So when Conservatives govern, whether we're talking about international trade or any other issue, they make a mess of things, Madam Speaker. They're not good at managing programs. They're not good at managing health care, public health care. They're not good at managing education. They're not good at making the kind of investments that make a difference. And Madam Speaker, the real kicker here is that they're terrible at managing money. And this is the thing that strikes so many Canadians across the country. When you look at Conservative governments, Madam Speaker, as you're well aware, the fiscal period returns actually show how both provincial governments and federal governments, how they manage Canada's money. The party with the best record, we haven't yet formed a federal government, but we have formed provincial governments. And the party with the best record through the fiscal period returns that are compiled by the federal Ministry of Finance, which isn't a hotbed of New Democrats, Madam Speaker, so it's quite obvious that this is impartial and nonpartisan. Those fiscal period returns over the last 40 years have revealed that NDP governments are best at managing money. And the worst at managing money are Conservatives. And why is that, Madam Speaker? Well, we can just look at the Harper regime. The $1 billion that they gave away on the softwood lumber sellout is just one example. But the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer revealed something else in 2019, that the series of overseas tax havens, the notorious tax haven treaty signed by Harper, the Harper's notorious, infamous tax haven treaties, now bleed out of this country every year more than $30 billion. $30 billion each and every year bled out of this country. These are very profitable corporations, very wealthy individuals that can take their money out, tax money. That's money that belongs to all of us. That's money that could be providing better seniors' pensions. It could be providing better health care. It could be ensuring that we're investing in jobs. It could provide benefits for people with disabilities. All of those things. Well, under Harper, the sellout infamous tax treaties with overseas tax havens, notorious overseas tax havens. You can even look them up. I mean, it's not like it's something that's hidden. These are entities that are often on blacklists in terms of of laundering money and being tax havens, and yet Harper and the Harper regime repeatedly signed these agreements. The net result is over $30 billion each and every year. So you look at the $1 billion that they gave away on softwood lumber, you look at the $30 billion that they gave away each and every year of them being in power, and you see the incredible ineptitude of Conservatives when they actually try to manage money. They also provided remarkable support for Canada's big banks to beef up their profits and dividends. $116 billion, Madam Speaker, in liquidity supports. Not a single Conservative MP has ever apologized for that. $116 billion, and where did they take the money from? They took the money from CMHC, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, and they made sure that the banks got that money instead of people who actually want to access affordable housing. So, Madam Speaker, the history of Conservatives in power is that they are incompetent when it comes to managing the nation's money. They will give massive amounts to overseas tax havens, to the banks, to oil and gas CEOs, tens of billions, if you look at the cumulative amount, hundreds of billions of dollars that they will give away. But they won't fund health care, they won't fund pensions, they won't fund veteran services, and they won't fund having border officers across the country to actually make sure our country is kept safe. And they certainly won't fund things like a final trade tribunal decision that actually means that Canada wins and that our softwood lumber industry can maintain that 100,000 jobs that Conservatives cost us. So, Madam Speaker, we have Conservatives that have a terrible record. We have Liberals that have been very nonplussed in their governing. They haven't done nearly as much as they should have. And then you've got an NDP NDP caucus that is ready, under the leadership of the MP from Burnaby South, to actually make this country work effectively, to make sure that those investments are made, to close all these tax loopholes so that big corporations and the wealthiest among us actually pay their fair share of taxes, and invest in things like international trade, jobs, ensuring clean energy, prosperity, ensuring unionized jobs across the country. That's the difference, and that's what eventually what Canadians will choose. We know the election's next year, and we'll be fighting hard so that they choose an NDP government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks here today. As I read the report that we are studying before Parliament, a couple of things that come to mind as it relates to King's Hands. One is we do have a significant forestry sector in our constituency. We also have Michelin tires, and you think about the cross-border trade. I know there was a lot in this report about electric vehicles, but just even the presence of Michelin tires, including the tires that are needed for electric vehicles. The honourable member talked a lot, and I thought did a pretty good job outlining some of the concerns around the Conservative agenda when they were in power. And I know we're in a bit of a tedious time right now as it relates to the relationship and the new incoming administration. Would he agree with me that part of the role of an opposition is to legitimately critique the government, but not to gaslight and to suggest things that are not untrue? Does he think that the way that the member from Carleton has been conducting his affairs is actually detrimental to Canada's position as it relates to Canada-US?
The honourable member New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I outlined the terrible Conservative record on forestry and softwood lumber, just a terrible sellout that cost so many jobs, and CBSA cuts as well. Obviously, they have an impact right across the border. My point back to him would be Liberals should have fully restored the Conservative cuts. They partially restored, but they could have gone further. Now, as far as the member from Carleton, who isn't even capable or willing to undergo a security screening, He doesn't seem capable or willing even to offer any policy on international trade. It's quite compelling to me, Madam Speaker, that Conservatives put forward this concurrence motion and then couldn't even fill their 10 minutes. They had nothing to say. Nothing to say about international trade, nothing to say about the Trump tariffs, nothing to say about the hundreds of thousands of potentially lost jobs, nothing to say about their CBSA cuts, nothing to say about their softwood lumber sellout. Why do Conservatives have nothing to say on something that is so important to Canadians?
Questions and comments? The honourable from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for this time, and I'd like to thank my colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby. He spoke about health care, and he talked about how that NDP provinces seem to be prospering. I'd like to know what his perspective is on the NDP governments that when they were in power in Saskatchewan, shut down 52 hospitals and care centres. What is his thoughts on that? And I'd also like to ask him what his thoughts are on the fact that there is only one taxpayer and that this carbon tax is being downloaded onto provinces, affecting school boards, hospitals, and municipalities. What are our thoughts on that?
The honourable for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, first off, in terms of healthcare, talking about healthcare outcomes, I've just outlined that the provinces with the worst healthcare outcomes, the longest waiting lists, the most difficulty in getting into emergency wards are Conservative provinces, including his own. And that is Alberta and Saskatchewan and Ontario. And so Conservatives can take a lesson from this. But he doesn't have to ask me. He can ask the people of Regina and Saskatoon. When they had a choice between the Conservative government or electing the Saskatchewan New Democrats, every single seat in Regina went NDP. Every seat in Saskatoon except one went NDP. So he should be talking to the people of Saskatchewan because they rejected the Conservative government in Saskatchewan. And that's why in Saskatoon and Regina, of the dozens of seats, there's only one Conservative that won by a handful of votes.
And comments? The honourable for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I have enormous respect for my colleague, but I do have to correct the record. He said that the member who lives in a 19-room mansion in Stornoway has never put forward any legislative agenda. I've been here 20 years, and he has put forward one. It was against vaccines. And I note that because we know how many of his backbenchers believe that vaccines are some kind of George Soros conspiracy. But it's not a joke, because Robert Kennedy's key lawyer is now just pushed to get rid of the polio vaccine. And we've got a guy who has no life experience, who lives in a 19-room mansion, who's pushing against basic health care protections to feed his QAnon base and his QAnon backbenchers. I'd like to ask him what he thinks about the threat being posed by attacking something as basic as the polio vaccine.
That's a good
Order. The honourable for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much. I have a lot of respect for my colleague from Timmins James Bay, and that's why I praised his work for clean energy a few minutes ago. The Conservatives seem to have three-word slogans, and one of them, apparently, is bring back polio. I mean, it's just unbelievable to me that Conservatives would campaign across the country with the idea that make Canada great for polio again. We're talking about a serious disease that leads to lifelong disabilities, and yet Conservatives are campaigning against these vaccines. I don't know why you would have Conservative MPs campaigning on bring back polio, bring back diphtheria, bring back measles, bring back all of these diseases that have been thankfully put aside because of the presence of vaccines and investments in healthcare infrastructure.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mare-Verdun. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the design of the woodwork in the House of Commons reminds me of crutches. At the Saint Joseph Oratory, there's a whole range of crutches for people who no longer need them for a miracle, but there is a crutch here in this House of Commons, and it's the New Democrats. The Liberal Party is in chaos, I would like to hear from my honourable colleague the following. Will his party support the government in the next vote of no confidence? They want the Prime Minister's head, but will he vote for or against confidence? Because this will have an impact on international trade. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know my colleague's riding very well, and I know that when I did some door knocking in his riding, people kept saying thank you, New Democrats, for having provided dental care. And now there are thousands of people, more than 4,000 in Les Allées-Verdun, who have now been able to receive dental care thanks to the NDP. That's in his riding. Someone like Craig Sauvé, who is a municipal councillor, we know very well that this person represents these values, the values of giving better service to Quebecers. And here, there's also pharmacare that was requested by the biggest coalition in the history of Quebec that asked that the bill on pharmacare be adopted. And that's thanks to the NDP. My question back to him is, will he support his constituents who want dental care, who want pharmacare, the people who want things that the NDP have provided?
Government House Leader, a brief question. Oh, sorry, he has a minute to ask.
Like the member from Timmins, James Bay, I also have a lot of respect for the member from Burnaby, so I would like to offer a correction to him as well, which is that Conservatives did actually talk a little bit this morning about this issue, but they focused the majority of their comments on celebrating their electoral win last night. And it reminded me of exactly who was elected last night. Somebody who in this chamber said the following during a debate on conversion therapy in asking the member from Don Valley West, an openly gay man, a question about conversion therapy. She said, quote, "Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites. You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of the bones of the dead and everything unclean." That is the quality of candidate that the Conservatives put forward in last night's election. My question to that member is very simple. If you were to say something like that...
Hey, order. I have a point of order. The honourable for Timmins, James Bay.
They're abusing the House, taking photographs. No.
So I would ask the honourable member that to delete the photographs that he took, whether he's outside of the House or not. If he's taken pictures in the House of the House, that he needs to delete. Order. That he needs to delete them, and I'm asking him to please delete them. The honourable member, we're out of time for his question. It's been over a minute, so I will allow the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby to respond. Had used up more than 1 minute. I was trying to give him the sign that time was up. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Those kinds of homophobic comments are absolutely unacceptable in this House. And I would certainly hope that if the member is coming back to this House, that we would not see a repetition of those despicable, hateful, homophobic comments. And I would hope that Conservative members would apologize, would stand in this House and apologize. There is no place for homophobia in the House of Commons of Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to join this debate today as Chair of International Trade. I have to say we have a wonderful group of people on all sides on the committee that really work very well together as we move forward. So it's a privilege to have an opportunity to speak today, being our last session before the House will rise, and a chance to wish everybody, of course, a very Merry Christmas and a successful 2025. Madam Speaker, we find ourselves at a moment in time when the relationship between Canada and the United States has never been more vital than ever. And I want to take this opportunity to speak on a subject that has, for decades, not just now, defined the success of our country in many ways. our enduring, deeply rooted relationship with our southern neighbor. Canada and the United States share a relationship that is clearly the envy of the whole world. We are the closest of allies, connected by a border that spans over 8,000 kilometers, linking us not only geographically, but in terms of shared values, history, and of course our shared culture. From trade to security, environmental stewardship to technological innovation, our nations together are inextricably linked in ways that shape not only our own prosperity, but that of the world at large. The dynamics between our two countries is one of collaboration in many, many ways, mutual respect, and a commitment to addressing the complex challenges of our time. And Madam Speaker, before I forget to mention it, I am sharing my time with my honourable colleague from the Kingston and the Islands. And that's always interesting when he chooses to entertain all of us with his last 10 minutes. In this ever-changing world, it is vital that we, as elected representatives of the Canadian people, uphold the integrity of this partnership. It is vitally important to all of us in the House and frankly to all Canadians that we continue to work on that very issue. The United States, as we know, is a country with an ever-shifting political landscape. Leadership changes, priorities evolve, and at times the approach to our relationship with the U.S., as now, may seem a bit uncertain. And yet, in the face of these changes, we must remain steadfast in our commitment to protecting and nurturing the Canada-U.S. relationship. It is not just an option for Canada, it is imperative. So let us be clear. This relationship is foundational to the well-being of every single Canadian. It is critical to our economy, to our security. We're hearing the issues raised around the border, and so security is a major importance for all of us, and to the social fabric that binds us together. Our relationship with the U.S. is the bedrock upon which our shared prosperity is built, and the Liberal government has always recognized that, as do the previous governments in the U.S. Now let me take a moment to reflect on one of the most significant recent achievements of our government in terms of Canada-U.S. relations, the renegotiation of the North American Free Trade Agreement, or NAFTA as it's referred to. The agreement was originally signed in 1994 and has served its purpose well, facilitating the growth of trade and investment between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. However, the world has changed since 1994 and when the agreement was then signed, and our economy has evolved. The global trade environment is now vastly different than it was in 1994, and it has become clear that the old NAFTA, as we now refer to it, was no longer sufficient to meet the needs of our growing industries, workers, and communities. When the previous U.S. administration threatened to withdraw from NAFTA, we understood that this was a critical moment. Canada could not allow the agreement to unravel without a fight, and a fight we did. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and the tireless efforts of our team of negotiators, including
the Prime Minister by name, so she knows that she's not to do that. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek, and I would just encourage members to please not make any noise right now. The Honourable Member.
I'm sorry, I'll make sure that I not have that in my notes in the future, right? I was actually going to mention also the former finance minister and the wonderful job that she has done as well on the negotiations at that time. And I am sure she will be involved in the future as we renegotiate these agreements. But we knew that our ability to secure a new agreement, one that would not only preserve but enhance our trading relationships, was paramount to Canada's future. The negotiations were intense, and there were moments when it seemed as though our position would be tested to the limits. But as always, we stood firm in defense of Canadian workers as a united Canada. Farmers and businesses were heard, and also respected as that negotiation went on. We ensured that the environment and labor standards were prioritized, and we secured a modernized trade agreement, the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, referred to as CUSMA. That is more than just a trade deal. It is a testament to our commitment to fair rules-based trade, critically important for our future and the future of the U.S. and for all of the people who work in both countries. The CUSMA agreement is a historic one that will benefit Canadians for generations to come, as we have seen. It preserves preferential access to the U.S. market while modernizing and expanding provisions on areas like digital trade, intellectual property, and dispute resolution. It strengthens protections for our cultural industries, ensures better access to U.S. agricultural markets, and provides new opportunity for Canadian businesses, especially small and medium-sized enterprises. It is a deal that clearly works for Canada and has worked for Canada for many years. Now, some of my colleagues in the opposition may argue that the CUSMA is a result of a mere luck, or that it could have been negotiated differently, but they didn't appear at the time. But let's be clear, this agreement is the result of tireless, strategic negotiations led by this government. We could have chosen to back down, to accept a bad deal, or not a deal at all. But that is not the Canadian way and was not in the best interests of Canadian businesses. But that was never an option for consideration. We knew what was at stake, and we understood that Canada's future was clearly on the line. Our negotiating team, led by our former finance minister, stood firm and delivered. That is what the Liberal government does. We stand up for Canada and Canadian interests, even when the road ahead is certain and challenging. Colleagues, the Liberal Party has a proven track record when it comes to ensuring that Canada's interests are protected on the world stage, particularly in relation to the United States. We understand the complexities of this relationship, and we know how to navigate the delicate balance of standing firm on our principles while maintaining a productive, cooperative dialogue with our American counterparts. But we also know that trade is not the only aspect of our relationship with the U.S. that demands our attention. The security of our citizens, our shared environmental challenges, and the technological landscape that are just a few of the other areas where cooperation with the U.S. is essential. And in each of these areas, we have consistently demonstrated the ability to act in the best interest of all Canadians. On security, Canada and the United States share one of the closest and most comprehensive defense relationships in the world. Our partnership through NORAD ensures that our skies are protected, and we work side by side to combat threats like terrorism and organized crime. Our intelligence sharing agreements ensure that we are prepared for any security challenge, and we have consistently stood together in support of peace and stability around the globe. On the environment, we share an obligation to protect our natural shared resources. We have committed to working closely with the U.S. on initiatives to combat climate change, reduce carbon emissions, and ensure that both our countries transition to a greener, more sustainable future. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on behalf of our trade and all of our colleagues.
Great speech. Great speech.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honour for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, we're talking about trade, and yet we see that the Conservatives are acting like sock puppets for the narcissist in Mar-a-Lago. They'll repeat any falsehood that he says because they think it'll score them points. We need a vision of a nation at this time that stands taller than this high school cafeteria juvenile behavior, because the threat of 25% tariffs are very, very serious. Yep. So our leader has offered the very challenged front bench the issue of a war room, of bringing together business leaders, labor, leaders from across the country, so that we have a unified position, because otherwise we are standing here looking like fools while the guy down in Mar-a-Lago is pushing us around. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she thinks.
Good question.
The honourable Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and Thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. And I also want to acknowledge the fact that my honourable colleague has contributed tremendously to this House. He has made the debates in this House very interesting, quite comical at many times. Certainly we have put together the Canada-US team of negotiators that will be working today already 18 hours a day on a variety of different areas of strength that we have, of opportunities that we will have to negotiate further with them. We have a lot of positive things that we have to offer, and we know how to retaliate when necessary. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. I enjoyed serving with her in the Trade Committee. When we talk about what Canada needs when it comes to trade, we talk about what is leverage or strength, and we talk often on this side about the weakness that comes from this government and this Prime Minister and taking on a very strong American counterpart. And when we look at that, we look at three things that we think we need to see right away. Number one is to axe the carbon tax, which is putting undue burden on a lot of our businesses, making them uncompetitive. Number two is to scrap the cap on emissions in oil and gas, which right now is our number one export and of course drives growth into Canada. And number three is to make sure we're Canada first. Canada first when it looks at defending our borders. Canada first when it comes to meeting our 2% NATO commitment, which builds up our military for us. Does the member agree that we need to look at Canada first for all Canadians for always? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Humber River Black Creek.
I want to begin by thanking my colleague who's the Vice Chair of International Trade, is doing a fine job. We work well together. At the end of the day, it is about Canada first all the time for all of us. All of us in this House has the same destination as to make sure we're doing things. Now, how the Liberal Party of Canada, when it comes to the whole issue of climate change, we have a plan. I would ask anybody to look at the news, even last night, in spite of all the other things that were on the news. When we talked about around the world the amount of destruction that was happening because of climate change. And I believe we have a path forward that will work to try to change the conditions that the world is facing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to wish everyone a happy Christmas. But her speech is important because 80% of our exports to the U.S. are raw materials they need for transformation. Can this be a key to invest in raw material transformation? I would like to see this happen near mines in my region with respect to strategic minerals. Also, in other areas, we can transform our wood instead of just sending softwood lumber to the U.S. It would create wealth and protect our economy. What does the member think of this?
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek, a brief answer, please.
Thank you very much to my colleague for his best wishes, but also for his question. Certainly, we recognize the value of our lumber, the value of minerals, and all of the very sacred items we have in Canada that help to keep our country strong and open more opportunities for all of our businesses as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader, and I will have to interrupt him shortly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to rise today to speak to this concurrence motion. It appears as though we will end this parliamentary session the same way that we started it, with Conservative gimmicks and antics. For those that are just tuning in, today the Conservatives moved a concurrence motion that had been sitting on the table for quite a while, and then proceeded to put a number of amendments into that. The unfortunate reality for Conservatives is that all of those amendments that they put in there have dates on them in early January, but unfortunately we won't even get to vote on this until the House resumes in late January. So I guess you can chalk this one up as a loss for the Conservatives in that they weren't successful in their antics today. But, you know, I found it very interesting, and the member from Burnaby made a comment earlier when he said, wow, Conservatives put forward this concurrence motion, yet none of them want to talk about it. We had 2 Conservative members get up to speak to this motion, And the first member from Caledon took all of his time congratulating the new Tamara Jansen. Tamara Jansen. Clap. Yeah. So, anybody else, Madam Speaker? Anybody else want to?
Order.
Canada must be terrible, Mark.
One would hope that MPs would actually be behaving themselves. Christmas is coming, and I'm sure that Santa has been taking note about all of the disorder here in the House, and he's going to save himself a lot of trips this year. The Honourable Member, Deputy Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to go out the same way that I came in September, which is Conservatives heckling me. I'm happy to leave for the break on the same terms. But just for those in the gallery and perhaps those who are watching this right now, all of those cheers that you just heard from Conservatives were in support of a former colleague who used to sit in this House. And do you know what that colleague said during a debate on conversion therapy, Madam Speaker? This is what she said in response to the member from in asking the member from Don Valley West a question about conversion therapy after his debate. She quoted scripture, and she said, "Woe to you, teachers of law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of the bones of the dead and everything unclean." That, ladies and gentlemen, is the caliber of candidate that the Conservative Party of Canada puts up today. That is who is put on the ticket for the Conservatives. So for those who might wonder about what a Conservative future government could look like for the LGBTQ community, you need look no further than the results of last night's election. I was trying to ask the member from Burnaby a question earlier, specifically about what would happen in his caucus if one of their MPs had done that. I can tell you that if a member of the Liberal Party had made a comment like that and it wasn't immediately retracted.
Of order, the Honourable Member Selkirk Interlake Eastman, and I hope that members will be quiet, because I know that the Honourable Parliamentary Deputy Government House Leader can speak quite loudly, but I'm having a hard time hearing him because of the disorder. So the Honourable Member Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, the tone of the member from Kingston and the Islands, as he's quoting scripture, is nothing more than anti-Christian bigotry.
So this is actually a point of debate. It's not a point of order. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay is also rising on a point of order.
Well, Madam Speaker, as someone who is an altar boy, I find it very offensive that people use witch burners as examples of what Christians should be.
Are not points of orders, they are points of debates. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader has 1 minute before I interrupt him.
And so, Madam Speaker, all I was saying is that if somebody in this party had said that in the Liberal Party, I'm sure the NDP and most likely the Bloc Québécois too, they not only would not be allowed to run in a future election under our banner, but they would probably be immediately removed from caucus. Not the Conservatives, though, Madam Speaker. They embrace individuals who teach, preach, and participate in the action of conversion therapy, and they have no problem with absolutely going after a marginalized community, a community that needs the support of Canadians, a community such as the LGBTQ community that this side of the House will always stand with.
And so the Honourable Member just ended his speech before I interrupted him, so he will now have 5 minutes of questions and comments the next time this matter is before the House. Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre maintenant les délibérations sur la motion.
It's my duty to now interrupt debate, and the division will be deferred. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone and wish them happy holidays.
Great holiday season, and be safe. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I stand today to advocate for fairness, unity and recognition. Christianity, embraced by millions of Canadians, has shaped the moral and cultural fabric of our great nation. Many of Canada's foundational values, institutions, and tradition reflect Christian principles. We have months dedicated to Sikh, Islamic, Jewish, and Hindu heritages, but there is no such recognition for the Christian faith. December, a month already steeped in Christian traditions of hope and giving, is the perfect time to honor this legacy. Let us celebrate the values, contribution, and diversity Christianity has brought to Canada and to the mankind. I urge the government to designate December as Christian Heritage Month. I wish everyone Merry Christmas and a very happy, healthy, and prosperous New Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
With Christmas, Christians celebrate the hope and love that God provides through the birth of His Son, Jesus Christ, who lived, died, and rose again so that we can choose His free gift of eternal life beginning right here on earth. When I was accused of allowing my Christian faith to impact how I engage in this place, my response was, everyone in this place has faith. The difference between us is where and in whom we put that faith. Secularism seeks to conduct human affairs without religious involvement, expunging the values and morals of those who believe in God from the public square. This is contrary to the intent of the term separation of church and state. On January 1, 1802, Thomas Jefferson penned a letter assuring a specific church community that it is the church that is protected from state control under the First Amendment. In Canada, our Bill of Rights and Charter of Rights and Freedoms protect the church from state interference. Wherever you choose to place your faith, I wish you a heart full of thankfulness and wonderful memories with family and friends during this Christmas season.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Speaker, today is the last Parliament sitting day of the year. Federal investment are laying the foundation for a healthy and sustainable community in Brampton South. That includes over $26.2 million for energy-efficient retrofit and the creation of a youth hub at the Susan Farrell Sportplex. Millions of dollars have been committed to develop and enhance public transit, parks, and fitness centers across the riding. We recently marked 1 year of the Canada Dental Care Plan. Already more than 3 million Canadians have been approved for coverage, including nearly 5,000 from Brampton South, Mr. Speaker. Pharmacare is going to help 3.7 million Canadians living with the diabetes get free medication, and upcoming device fund will help them get across to the equipment they need. I'm truly proud of the work we did in 2024 for Canadians. With that, I would like to wish everyone in Brampton and across Canada happy holidays and happy New Year 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, this lunchtime, Drummondville's finest dinner of the year took place. A hearty traditional Christmas meal offered to Table Populaire regulars by the team at the legendary Le Roi Giuseppe restaurant, where, as we all know, poutine was invented. This is the third year Laurent Proulx and Léonie Nadeau have invited local politicians and business people to lend a hand to their generous initiative by becoming waiters for a day. It's hard to express how special this moment is, not only for those who are being spoiled, and you'll understand that these people don't usually have it very easy, but also for those who come together to offer a moment of happiness to their less fortunate fellow citizens. A total of 120 meals were served at lunchtime, 120 meals that brought a smile to the face, a light to the eyes, or a ray of sunshine to the heart of our world. Thank you, Laurent and Léonie, for showcasing the crucial mission of the Table Populaire through your outpouring of generosity, which shows that in Drummond we've got heart. We have a heart, and it's in the right place.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as the holiday season approaches, I want to share my holiday greeting and gratitude to my constituents of Richmond Centre. This holiday season in Richmond, we celebrate the diversity and the richness of our shared culture, where Canadians from all backgrounds come together to share this holiday joy with one another. As we celebrate the holidays, let us reflect on the importance of family, compassion, and the connection that unite us all. This year's holiday season is extra special for Canadians. With a GST tax break for the holiday, we are helping everyone to focus on what matters most, spending time with families and friends. To my constituents of Richmond Centre and all Canadians, I extend my warmest wishes for a joyous holiday season and a happy new year. May this holiday season bring peace, hope, and happiness to you and everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that we learned yesterday of the passing of former Conservative member and minister Monique Vézina, an exceptional woman who left a profound mark on Quebec and all of Canada. Elected in 1984 as the member for Rimouski-Témiscouata, she distinguished herself through her remarkable commitment to Brian Mulroney's progressive Conservative government. She held key roles, including Minister of External Relations and International Development and Minister responsible for La Francophonie. Throughout her career, Monique Vézina was a true pioneer. She was deeply devoted to improving the living conditions of women and seniors while paving the way for many women in politics. And her legacy goes far beyond her political achievements. She also contributed to the social and cultural development of her native region, the Lower St. Lawrence, inspiring generations to come with her dedication and vision. Our thoughts are with her family, friends, loved ones, and all those who had the chance to meet her and witness her leadership. A great lady has left us, but her influence and memory will remain with us forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, as we come to end of another session, I am delighted to wish neighbours in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, and all Canadians a very happy holiday season. This is a time for reflection, gratitude, and to celebrate the values that unite us in kindness, hope, and the spirit of generosity. We also recognize that for many, this time of year can be challenging, and it's crucial that we come together to support one another. I want to express my sincere thanks to my incredible team whose hard work and commitment continue to make a positive impact in our community. We've made progress this year, and we're ready to work even harder in the new year to support the people of Mississauga, Erin Mills, and all Canadians. To members in this House and...
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member because unfortunately her camera shot was interrupted. I'm going to invite the honourable member... I'm going to invite the honourable member to start from the top for her statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we come to the end of another session, I am delighted to wish neighbours in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, and all Canadians a very happy holiday season. This is a time for reflection, gratitude, and to celebrate the values that unite us in kindness, hope, and the spirit of generosity. We also recognize that for many, this time of year can be challenging, and it's crucial that we come together to support one another. I want to express my sincere thanks to my incredible team whose hard work and commitment continue to make a positive impact in our community. We have made progress this year, and we're ready to work even harder in the new year to support the people of Mississauga, Erin Mills, and all Canadians. To members in the House and to all Canadians, I wish you a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and all the joy for the season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to His Eminence Cardinal Francis Leo of the Archdiocese of Toronto, who was recently elevated by Pope Francis to the College of Cardinals in the Vatican. Born as an Italian-Canadian in Montreal, Cardinal Leo's vocational service has been rooted in compassion, in love, and inclusion. His advocacy for truth and reconciliation, the LGBTQ+ community, and the vulnerable has been a force for good within the Church. Cardinal Leo is also a champion for education, including the integration of Indigenous history within educational programs across Catholic institutions. This represents a hopeful direction for the Catholic Church to foster mutual trust and healing. When Cardinal Leo heard about his elevation to the college, he said his phone lit up like a Christmas tree. It may have been an early gift from the Pope, but the true present is Cardinal Leo's service to his community. May his tenure inspire hope, love, renewal within the Church and beyond. Auguri e buon Natale. Bravo.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by congratulating Tamara Jensen on her by-election victory last night. The people of Cloverdale Langley City have sent a powerful message to this Prime Minister and his partner, the leader of the NDP. The only question we must ask, are they listening? After 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, housing prices and rents have doubled. People struggle to afford food and heating. The Prime Minister has lost control of the border, immigration, and now the finances. Following his former finance minister's departure, this Prime Minister hobbles along only with the support of his former babysitter for adult supervision. Recently in Halifax, the Prime Minister stated, "The moment when Canadians actually get to make the choice about the kind of country we are and the kind of solutions we are going to put forward in the coming years." Last night, the people spoke clearly. They rejected a government that denies citizens their democratic right to choose who can best lead us through these times of turmoil. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need and deserve a carbon tax election. I'm calling on the NDP leader to stop his shameful propping up of this Prime Minister who is way past his best before date. We need an election now.
The Honourable Member, order please. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Last week, I was honored to host Christmas on the Hill. We welcome constituents with heartfelt personal reflections and joyous music from the All Nations Full Gospel Church Ottawa Choir. We shared the warmth of the Christmas spirit, spoke about the importance of caring for others, and celebrated the birth of Jesus. I also had the opportunity to formally introduce my motion M171 to designate December as Canadian Christian Month. I want to wish my fellow parliamentarians and Canadians from coast to coast, especially residents of my riding of Scarborough Agincourt, the happiest of holidays. Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and a very, very Merry Christmas.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
It's a week before Christmas, and all through this house, MPs dream of returning to home, hearth, and spouse. Our stockings are hung by our chimneys with care. But what of the homeless? Who put them out there? There's fingers to point, random people to blame. But mostly I think of one person I'd name, and that's Rideau Cottage's middle-aged Swiftie, who through taxes, inflation, and budgets unthrifty, has crushed housing starts and caused rents to double. Perhaps in the end, he's one source of our trouble. His modest proposal to ease Canada's pain reads like Jonathan Smith, no more tax on champagne. But what if instead we stop taxing new houses? Might that build more homes for our kids and their spouses? If housing officials weren't paid to say no, would that cause the supply of housing to grow? And if that can be true, then of hope there's a token, and that Canada soon will be much less broken.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, there's only one person keeping the Prime Minister in power, and that's the leader of the NDP. The sellout leader of the NDP is not concerned about Canadians. He's concerned only about keeping the Liberals in power long enough so that he qualifies for his pension. The Liberal NDP coalition has doubled housing prices, doubled rent, and driven up the cost of groceries. Yet the NDP continues to support the carbon tax, voting for it over 24 times. And the costly coalition plans to quadruple the tax, further driving up the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. Canadians who once gave to food banks are now lining up at those same food banks in order just to get by. Liberal MPs and Liberal cabinet ministers have stated they have no confidence in the Prime Minister. The Conservatives and the Bloc have no confidence in the Prime Minister. So who does? The leader of the NDP, counting down the days to secure his pension. The NDP should grant Canadians their Christmas gift, grant us a carbon tax election.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 30th, our government signed the first ever modern treaty with the Métis government, the Manitoba Métis Federation. It was a historic day of celebration, reflection, and progress, a day that honored Louis Riel and all he fought and gave his life for. This achievement would not have been possible without the exceptional leadership of President David Chartrand, the greatest Métis leader since Riel. Today, we acknowledge the pivotal role of the Red River Métis in bringing the province of Manitoba into Confederation,
Today we recognize the rights and self-government of the Red River Métis Nation, as well as affirm our commitment to reconciliation and collaboration. Working together, this agreement demonstrates the power of partnership, benefiting everything from housing to healthcare to cultural preservation. Finally, I want to acknowledge Canada's Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and the Minister of Northern Affairs who worked tirelessly to move this treaty forward, marking a victory for the Red River Métis Nation, for Manitoba, and for Canada. Merci. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, as this year comes to a close, I want to take a moment and send my warmest wishes to everyone in Edmonton, Strathcona, and across Canada this holiday season. As we wrap up 2024, a year that was full of challenges, I want to celebrate the amazing people of Edmonton, Strathcona. Our community is full of people who volunteer, who support one another, who work together to make our community stronger. Each of you make Edmonton, Strathcona special, vibrant, resilient, and I am so, so grateful for all that you do. The holidays are a time to rest, reconnect, and recharge, so whether you're celebrating with family, sharing laughter with friends, spending time with your neighbors, or just taking a moment to breathe, I hope that this season brings you joy, warmth, and some well-deserved holiday cheer. Let's make 2025 a brighter, fairer, and kinder year in our community together. From my family to yours, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Blessed Kwanzaa, and a very happy New Year. Stay warm, stay safe, and we'll see you all in 2025.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I rise today to acknowledge the sudden passing of Darlie Pierre-Louis, a town councillor in Mascouche. The whole community is mourning the loss of this kind-hearted lady who went through life with a smile and an infectious joie de vivre. Committed and involved in humanitarian causes, Darlie made the difference in people's lives. I knew her when she was my student, and she's always been the same: intense, a good listener, and a natural, positive leader. She was seen as a leader in occupational rehabilitation and the social economy in Lanaudière, and distinguished herself as CEO of the Job Access Buffet. A caring person, she looked after her community and even more so her family. Her husband, Carlo, and their 3 children, to whom I offer my most sincere condolences. Rest in peace, Darlie. We'll never forget you.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
The Prime Minister's debt is out of control, and he set up the Finance Minister to take the blame. Just last Tuesday, this fake feminist Prime Minister boasted about appointing Canada's first female Finance Minister. Then on Friday, he fired her. But first, he expected her to deliver Mark Carney's fall economic statement. But why? Because the Old Boys Club crashed through their $40 billion guardrail, ballooning the deficit to $62 billion. This recklessness threatens our fiscal stability just as we face a possible trade war. Even the now former finance minister warned that we need to take that threat extremely seriously. That means keeping our fiscal powder dry today so we have the reserves we may need for a coming tariff war. Instead, Canadians are now paying $53.7 billion to service the debt. Because after 9 years of this Prime Minister's economic vandalism, it's Canadians who are the ones who always have to pay the price.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I love this time of year. As a child, I have fond memories of tobogganing down my local park in downtown Toronto, eagerly counting down the days to Christmas. It's a magical time of the year with caroling, gift-giving, and gatherings where we share food and drink with those we love. It's also time to reflect and be thankful. I want to thank all the organizations who are on the front lines and work so hard to support our communities right across our country. Thank you. I want to thank the residents of my constituency of Davenport and my team and family for their ongoing love and support. Thank you. And I'm thankful most of all for this amazing country that we are all blessed to call our home. Thankful for our freedom, our care for each other, and our hopes and dreams for our future. To all my colleagues and all those in this House, wishing you a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and wishing for all peace and prosperity in the year to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
What a mess. Yesterday was a gong show at the bottom of a dumpster fire, wrapped up in a cluster. The finance minister resigns, the prime minister hides all day and then has to beg his MPs not to fire him. But the worst news, buried underneath it all, was a devastating gut punch to Canadian taxpayers. A $62 billion deficit smashing through the already insane $40 billion guardrail. Canada is a serious G7 NATO partner staring down the threat of 25% tariffs. We deserve a strong leader with a new mandate. Why not let Canadians decide by calling a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking the Opposition House Leader for his heartfelt congratulations on my new role. I want to tell him, Mr. Speaker, and all Canadians, that our government is very proud of the Fall Economic Statement that we made public yesterday. Mr. Speaker, the Fall Economic Statement speaks to growth in the Canadian economy. It speaks to supporting Canadians with serious affordability challenges. It speaks to a declining debt to GDP ratio, the best in the G7. And Mr. Speaker, we haven't finished supporting Canadians, something the Conservatives aren't interested in doing.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Well, I'd like to congratulate the new finance minister for being the fourth finance minister in a 24-hour period. But it's the same old talking points. What they did yesterday was smash through that $40 billion guardrail. What does that mean? It now means that Canadians have to pay back all that money with interest, and 43 cents of every dollar you earn now has to go to pay the tax burden. More money to bankers and bondholders. In fact, the government's now spending more on the interest on that debt than on health care. But the Prime Minister doesn't care. He doesn't worry about where the money comes from. He's never had to worry about that. So why not let Canadians decide their future by calling a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect their government to be focused on their economic concerns. They expect their government to be focused on the real threat that 25% tariffs across the board would mean to the Canadian economy. That's the work that our government's doing. I can report, Mr. Speaker, I had an encouraging preliminary conversation with the Foreign Affairs Minister yesterday, with the Border Czar, with Mr. Holman. We look forward to working with the incoming administration on border security, something that the Fall Economic Statement generously supported yesterday. This is the work Canadians expect us to be focused on, and we're looking forward to doing that work.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Yeah, they were so proud of that fall budget that they tabled it in the House and then ran and hid for the rest of the day. But let's recap. The Prime Minister announced $250 checks and then had to cancel them. He announced a 2-month GST tax trick that businesses say they won't implement, and the Prime Minister now says is optional. A broken immigration system, Parliament seized with a $400 million corruption scandal, all the while 2 million food bank visits, doubled housing costs, record high consumer debt, the dollar below 70 cents, and the Prime Minister raising prices by quadrupling the carbon tax. Yes. Again, why not let Canadians decide their future by calling a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I said a moment ago, We're proud of the fiscal and economic record of this government. This is a record, Mr. Speaker, of supporting Canadians through the pandemic. This is a record of investing in entrepreneurship and innovation. This is a record in providing, for example, Canadians with $10 a day childcare, historic investments to speak to not only affordability issues, but growing the economy in a sustainable way. Mr. Speaker, this is work we're proud to continue to do for Canadians, and we find it unfortunate that it's the opposition that's trying to ground this House of Commons into chaos.
That's right. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg. Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost the confidence of his ministers, of Liberal MPs and of Canadians, but he continues to cling to power. He and his top economic advisor, Mark Carney, forced the former Finance Minister to blow past her already out-of-control $40 billion fiscal guardrail, which was already out of control, as I said, and forced her to run a whopping $62 billion deficit. This Prime Minister has added more to the national debt than all Prime Ministers before him combined. This profligate spending contributes to inflation. People are suffering. When will he call an election? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the fall economic statement was tabled in the House of Commons yesterday. It is an economic statement which talks about economic growth and supporting Canadians through difficult times with a high cost of living. The economic statement also discusses our responsibility to use taxpayer money and responsibly, to spend it responsibly. And, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what we will continue to do, all while keeping an eye on exactly what support Canadians need from their national government. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. How can we believe the new finance minister? How can we have confidence in what he is saying when yesterday he wasn't even able to answer a journalist's question? What is the national debt of Canada? Now, the former finance minister said in her letter yesterday, and this is very important, I quote, "We need to keep our fiscal powder dry today so we have the reserves that we may need for a coming tariff war. That means eschewing costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford and which make Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment," unquote. That was her message, the message of the former finance minister to the Prime Minister, who never listens to anyone. Call an election now. The Honourable Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, our colleague has mentioned the government's deficit, but he knows that our debt to GDP ratio is declining, and we have the lowest debt to GDP ratio of all G7 countries. My colleague also knows that this government will support Canadians through difficult times. We've helped with $10 a day daycare. We've helped with the dental care program. Conservatives, in fact, voted against all of these programs. This is the time to support Canadians. We will continue to do so, and we will do so responsibly, as always. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I do congratulate the new Minister of Finance on his appointment. That said, there have been crises shaking this government for a long time, just crisis after crisis. Now there is a bad economic statement. We have a huge deficit. We also have money that the government should not have given out, that it cannot recoup. Now, we need to be strong in negotiating with the United States in the context of a significant political and economic crisis. How can this government still think it has the authority and legitimacy to do so? The Honourable Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Bloc Québécois leader for his congratulations. Our government is legitimate because our government has the confidence of the House of Commons. The House gave the government its confidence several times last week. As the Bloc Québécois leader said, we are still prioritizing supporting Canadians through tough times. We are also focusing on working with the Trump administration, which will come into office in January. We will work with them to reduce or even eliminate the threat of tariffs. We will protect our borders, and we will ensure that our economy succeeds and thrives. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The government does not have the confidence of this House. It does not enjoy the confidence of the House. It enjoys the NDP's weakness. That said, if the government feels legitimate in negotiating on Canada's behalf in a potentially very dire crisis for Canada, then why doesn't the government seek the support and confidence of Canadians with this leader or with another? In January, that can happen in January. They need the support of Canadians, and if they don't have it, then bye-bye. The Honourable Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, once again, Canadians expect that their federal government, working, of course, with provincial governments, work hard to protect the economy from the threat of tariffs. That's exactly what we have done since the dinner we had with President Trump in Florida. I must inform colleagues, Mr. Speaker, that I had some very encouraging and positive exchanges with Mr. Leitnik, Secretary of Commerce. Yesterday, as I said, we spoke with Mr. Holman, who is responsible for the borders. They're very open-minded, and I find it very positive. We will continue this good work.
For Burnaby South.
People are right to be angry. We've got a Prime Minister who's more interested in protecting his own job than he is in protecting Canadians against a threat.
I'm going to ask the honourable members, in particular the honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake and the member from Dufferin Caledon, please, to not take their voices. I'm going to invite the honourable member from Burnaby South to start his question again.
People are right to be angry. They've got a Prime Minister who's more interested in protecting his own job than defending Canadians against Trump. We've got a Prime Minister who has failed to defend workers from rich CEOs that the Conservatives love, who continue to rip off Canadians and drive up the cost of food and homes. The Prime Minister has failed. For New Democrats, it's always workers first and not CEOs. And not CEOs who the Conservatives want to defend. So will the Prime Minister acknowledge he has failed? He has to quit. Yeah.
Order, please. The honourable minister, and leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House voted in confidence of this government just last week on multiple occasions. Mr. Speaker, we have important work to do on behalf of Canadians. We have a very important relationship to manage with the United States at a pivotal time, Mr. Speaker, and that is exactly what this government is focused on doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
It's on protecting CEOs to the harm of workers. The
Prime Minister is working harder to defend his own job than to defend Canadians from Donald Trump's threats. The Prime Minister failed to defend workers from CEOs who are taking all the money. This Prime Minister needs to protect workers, not CEOs. The Prime Minister has failed. Will he resign? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader knows full well that last week we earned the confidence of this House on several occasions. Our government always works to protect Canadians, Canadian jobs, and the Canadian economy. Now, we're focused on that. And we are focused on properly managing our relations with the United States. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yesterday, the fall economic statement confirmed what former finance minister, the budget officer, and the Globe and Mail already told us, that this weak and now wounded prime minister hijacked the statement to drive Canada through the fiscal guardrail and over a cliff. $62 billion in overspending. That's 50% higher than their own target set just months ago. They told us over and over again that the deficit wouldn't exceed $40 billion. Simple question. Why did they mislead Canadians again?
Yeah, way to go.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, far from misleading Canadians, the government thinks it's important to be transparent in terms of the fiscal picture of the government. That's why, Mr. Speaker, based on legal advice and accounting practices, the government booked contingent liabilities that increase the initial deficit projection to the level that my colleague referred to. Mr. Speaker, this is about righting historical wrongs with Indigenous peoples, something the previous government, Conservative government, ignored. And Mr. Speaker, we think the responsible thing to do is to be transparent with Canadians. That's exactly what we did.
That's right.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, of the Liberal ministers that still remain, not a single one would stick around yesterday to even defend the statement. They dropped it here and then ran out the door. $62 billion of new debt and new inflationary spending for Canadians to pay on their grocery bills, on their home heating, and on everything else. That's equivalent to spending $1 every second for nearly 2,000 years. The Prime Minister has clearly lost control of his caucus. He's lost control of his cabinet. He's now lost control of spending. So when will he give Canadians the chance to weigh in and call a carbon tax election?
That's right.
The honourable minister for innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we have no lessons to learn from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. On the eve of Christmas, what we presented to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, it's no time for slogan. It's no time for smiles, Mr. Speaker. This is time for us to be serious. What the Minister of Finance presented yesterday was a full economic statement which is focused on growth, investment in our workers, investment in our industry, and investment in Canada. Mr. Speaker, you know what? Because confident countries invest in themselves, something that the Conservative could not understand. We'll stand for Canadians. We'll stand for Canada on this side of the House.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, who is in charge of the clattering train? The Prime Minister has lost the confidence of Canadians, and now he's lost the confidence of his MPs and his cabinet. He's focused not on Canadians, but on himself as he clings to power. Yesterday, the government posted a $62 billion deficit, blowing through the guardrails. The government is careening out of control. Things are in complete chaos. When will we get an election?
The honourable leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the Conservative opposition is doing is they are focused on us while we are focused on Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We are focused on ensuring that we are delivering affordability measures for Canadians at a difficult time. We are focused on ensuring that we have a strong relationship with our most important trading partner, the United States. That is what this government is squarely focused on: Canadians, protecting the Canadian economy, and protecting Canadian jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, not only did the statement post a $62 billion deficit, it revised 2025 growth down, and it revised 2025 unemployment up. The Prime Minister has failed to recognize the gravity of the moment. He's focused not on Canadians, but on himself. His government is in utter and complete chaos. So when will the Prime Minister realize that the end is here, that his government and this Parliament is dead, and call an election?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we have the lowest debt and deficit in the G7, Mr. Speaker, and in addition, in the fall economic statement, Canadians can see supports for affordable housing, supports for $10 a day childcare, supports for public servants who want early retirement, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House, what do? We support Canadians as opposed to what they do, which is cut, cut, cut.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we do, of course, congratulate the new finance minister. Just 9 years ago, in 2015, he, the Prime Minister, and everyone on that side of the House, they were elected promising 3 small deficits, and then in 2019, a $0 deficit. Then A few years later, he posts the worst deficit in Canadian history, $62 billion. How can he look people in the eye and tell them that everything's going well? Can he, the new minister, tell the Prime Minister that he needs to call an election to determine whether or not he deserves the confidence of Canadians?
Ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and of Intergovernmental Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the congratulations. Now, Mr. Speaker, it will come as no surprise to you that we do not share his pessimism. We have a lot of confidence in the Canadian economy, in Canadian workers, and in the fall economic statement, which gave Canadians a lot of hope, especially as regards support to them during tough economic times. We've also announced very significant investments. I'm excited to talk more about them this afternoon. For instance, we are investing in our border to protect Canadians and also work with our American partners. We're here for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's Finance 101. A deficit is money that you don't have. $62 billion is money that we don't have. It's money that we're punting down the road to our children, grandchildren, and great-children who haven't even been born yet. They will have to pay for today's poor financial management. All Canadians know is that the Prime Minister is alone in his bubble. Canada has never before had a Prime Minister so narcissistic, selfish, and full of himself. The problem, though, is that all Canadians, even those who haven't even been born yet, are going to have to pay for his poor management. When will there be an election so we can elect a good, strong, Conservative government? The Honourable Minister of Finance and of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, it will come as no surprise to our colleague that we disagree with the idea of having a Conservative government which would cut and gut the programs that support Canadians. They voted against our $10 a day daycare program to help Canadian families. They voted against the Canada Dental Plan. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect a responsible government. We're focused on supporting Canadians through economically, financially challenging times. This is what our government is doing. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, with a $62 billion deficit, we can all agree that it's no time to be offering election goodies. Yet, in yesterday's economic statement, 98% of the new money to combat the rising cost of living is the GST holiday. Worse still, this purely electoral measure represents almost everything the government is doing to tackle the cost of living between now and 2030. This 2-month tax break, which the former finance minister described as a costly political gimmick, well, this is the Liberals' long-term economic vision. If that's the long-term economic vision, do they understand now why Quebecers are calling for an election? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives have been talking about elections and only elections since December. We have been supporting Canadians and Quebecers since 2015. That's why, for example, we put forward the Canada Dental Care Plan. It helps 1 million Quebecers. It gives them dental insurance that most of them never had before. Unfortunately, both the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois insist on being against the Canada Dental Care Plan. And in fact, the Conservative leader claims it doesn't even exist. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. The Quebecers, in fact, never wanted the GST holiday. What's more, the GST holiday is downright harmful to our small and medium enterprises. Yet it's the only element of the economic update to deal with the rising cost of living. And it accounts for 98% of new spending. The Liberals are out of steam. They've run out of ideas, and they're running out of resources, human resources, after the resignation of the finance minister, who is joining 8 other Liberal ministers who are jumping ship. Quebecers deserve better than a government that's falling apart and crumbling before their very eyes. Will the Prime Minister finally call an election? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. I think it's very obvious that the Bloc Québécois is against cutting taxes. But had they read the fall economic statement, they would know that we've created over 330,000 jobs in Canada. Well-paying jobs, Mr. Speaker. Canada has experienced the highest salary growth of all G7 countries. Canadians are bringing home paychecks that are 5% bigger, even after accounting for inflation, Mr. Speaker. We are making sure that Canadians' paychecks increase, Mr. Speaker. I'm hearing a lot of noise. A lot of noise from the back of the room. I hope that not everyone will start talking without having been recognized by the chair. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Once upon a time, economic statements contained measures. Today, they just contain bad news. What a contrast between the enthusiasm of 2015 and the cynical electioneering deficits of 2024. What a contrast between the solidarity of 2015 and the ministers who are jumping ship one by one. What a contrast between the Prime Minister who was a superstar in 2015 and the Prime Minister who tonight will struggle to get people out for his Christmas party. Mr. Speaker, it's over. That's it. That's all. It's over. Will the Prime Minister call an election? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised to hear my colleague talk like that. In the fall economic statement, if he had in fact taken the time to read it, there are significant investments for Quebec in the statement. For example, artificial intelligence, which will be at the very heart of the 21st century economy. As you know, Montreal has the most startups of anywhere in Canada, and in the statement there are investments for Quebec, for industries, for workers. Mr. Speaker, we expect each and every member of Parliament to celebrate Canada. It's time to celebrate Canada. Thank you.
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The Prime Minister has lost the confidence of his caucus, of his cabinet, and of Canadians. The Deputy Prime Minister resigned because the Prime Minister said that he had lost confidence in her. A minister must speak on behalf of the Prime Minister, and with his full confidence in making your decision, you made clear, I no longer credibly enjoy that confidence. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was talking about how Americans have lost the ability for females to lead in that country. But the Prime Minister only uses females when it's useful for him. Isn't that right, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
No.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost the confidence of his cabinet, of his caucus, and Canadians. He blew through the $61.9 billion deficit over the $40 billion guardrails that he had set. The finance minister, she tried to warn him, and he fired her for trying to warn him. He offered her another position, and she refused. Why is it that this Prime Minister only has confidence in women until they question him? Exactly.
Wow. The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives keep bandying about the word feminism, but let's talk about tangible policies that are offered in the fall economic statement for women. $50 million to build more shelter spaces across this country, Mr. Speaker. $15 million for women's organizations whose goal it is to end gender-based violence, as well as permanent funding for the Sexual and Reproductive Health Fund. This is what it looks like to have the backs of women. Conservatives know nothing about that.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
This Prime Minister has lost confidence of his cabinet, of his Liberal MPs, of Canadians as he clings to power. Hours before she was set to release the fall economic statement, the former finance minister quit, saying, quote, on Friday you told me you no longer want me to serve as your finance minister and offered me another position in cabinet, unquote. The fake feminist Prime Minister and the conflict of interest carbon tax carney forced the former finance minister to blow through the $40 billion guardrail with a massively irresponsible $62 billion deficit, making her take the blame. Will this fake feminist Prime Minister take responsibility for his economic vandalism and call an election?
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, if Conservatives want to talk about feminism, then let's look at some facts. Let's look at some policies that actually support women across this country. Policies like $10 a day childcare. Policies like the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence, which was actually supported in our latest economic statement, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives, by the way, opposed every single one of these measures. On this side of the House, we will always support women. Who knows what's going on over there?
Bravo. The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, this Prime Minister has lost confidence of his cabinet, his Liberal MPs, and Canadians as he clings to power. The former Finance Minister said, quote, "To be effective, a minister must speak on behalf of the Prime Minister and with his full confidence. In making your decision, you made clear that I no longer credibly enjoy that confidence and possess the authority that comes with it." It is clear that this fake feminist Prime Minister threw the former Finance Minister under the bus, just as he did with other women who previously stood up to him. Will this fake feminist Prime Minister take responsibility for his economic vandalism and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are distracting from the fact that the Bank of Canada has cut interest rates 5 times down to 3.25%. Yesterday, our government published the fall economic statement, and I'm happy to share, Mr. Speaker, that it is an investment of $189 million into the Black Entrepreneurship Program that has already helped 16,000 Black entrepreneurs across this country. We are going to be investing in digital adoption for small and medium-sized enterprises of $500 million. We're going to reduce red tape. And, Mr. Speaker, while we're shopping during the GST holiday, let's support local. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The caregivers pilot programs expired back in June. The minister promised caregivers permanent residence on arrival. 6 months later, no information, no application process has been released about this new pilot. Given the Liberals' about-face on regularization and scapegoating of migrants for their failures, caregivers are really concerned that their hard-fought promise of landed status on arrival will be forgotten. Will the minister deliver on this promise and open the pathway for applications by January 1st, 2025, or will this be another Liberal broken promise?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and
Refugees.
Refugees.
Mr. Speaker, caregivers are extremely important to this country and to the care that they provide to our most vulnerable. We are still tracking to launch this, and clearly this is a priority of the government. This is on track. We may have some modifications to make, but this is still a high priority of the government. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
The Liberals' economic update failed to recognize the reality facing working Canadians. It failed to address the housing crisis. It failed to address the healthcare crisis. It failed to address the youth jobs crisis. Instead of fighting for Canadians, Liberals are fighting with themselves. And Conservatives only propose cuts that will hurt workers while big business gets tax breaks and handouts. Budgets reveal who governments are really working for. Why are Liberals, like Conservatives, working for CEOs while ignoring everyone else?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that honourable member would know because we worked very well together to create a national pharmacare plan that's going to make sure that Canadians everywhere have access to the medication they need. And it builds upon a Canadian advantage that we need to maintain, an advantage that sees Canadians not only living longer, but living 6 years more in health than they do in the United States. The lifespan that we enjoy is every bit as important as every other measurement. And the advantage that we have in health cannot be lost. We must continue to drive forward and transform our health system from one based in illness to one based in prevention.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, last week the government of Newfoundland and Labrador and Quebec announced a historic agreement on Churchill Falls, as well as an agreement to develop the Gull Island project and upgrade other hydroelectric assets. This deal has the potential to transform Newfoundland and Labrador, create tens of thousands of jobs, and sweeping economic spin-offs. Can the Minister of Rural Economic Development inform Canadians how our government helped create the economic conditions to make this deal possible?
The Honourable Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Speaker,
After decades, Newfoundland and Labrador and Quebec have signed an historic agreement that will have huge benefits for all. Our government is working towards a net zero electricity grid and provided Newfoundlanders and Labradorians with assistance on rate mitigation. That, along with the investment tax credits for net zero projects, help create the conditions for this agreement to make Newfoundland and Labrador an economic and energy powerhouse. I congratulate both premiers on this historic deal, and I can't wait to see the shovels in the ground.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has lost confidence of his cabinet, his caucus, and all Canadians as he desperately clings to power. Yesterday, the Liberals dropped their fall economic statement and literally ran out of the House. A $62 billion deficit, missing their target by a whopping 55%. The end result? Canadians are now paying more on debt interest charges than on health care. When will this Prime Minister end the misery, call a carbon tax election, so Conservatives can finally fix what they have broken?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to inform the Justice critic that, in fact, in that fall economic statement, he would have seen a series of measures that address community safety in our communities across the country. He would have seen measures that crack down on auto theft. He would have seen stricter bail and sentencing provisions. He would have seen provisions in the sex offender registries to get tough on child sex predators. He would have seen securing our borders to provide confidence to our American counterparts, cracking down on money laundering and terrorist financing. These are all measures that we all have an interest in promoting, passing, and getting funded in this country to keep Canadians safe.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
After 9 years of this Prime Minister's economic vandalism and inflationary spending, he has added more to the debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. Now Canadians are paying more. Our national debt now sits at $1.24 trillion, an astronomical number that our future generations will have to deal with. Canada's promise of powerful paychecks, affordable housing, safe streets have all been shattered under the NDP Liberals. This Prime Minister has lost confidence of his caucus, the House, and Canadians. When will he call an immediate carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, that member is a former Crown attorney. He knows, in terms of keeping communities safe, it starts with addressing the prolific amount of guns that are in our communities. What's in that fall economic statement? $597 million to take weapons off of our streets. What else is in there? Mr. Speaker, that member knows that organized criminality is a problem in Canada from coast to coast to coast. What we are doing with organized criminality is ensuring tougher penalties for financial crimes, cracking down on money laundering, and cracking down on terrorist financing. You get at the cause of the problem when you address the money flow. That's what we're doing in the fall economic statement. We wish we could have their support.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost the confidence of his ministers, of his MPs, and of Canadians. But despite all of that, he is obstinately clinging to power. After 9 years of economic vandalism and inflationary spending, he's accumulated more debt than all of his predecessors put together. Result, Canadians are now paying $53.7 billion in interest on the debt. That's more than they pay every year for health transfers, Mr. Speaker. I'll say it again, more than for health transfers. Can the Prime Minister set his ego aside, think about Canadians, and call an election? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I would invite my colleague to read the fall economic statement, because if he were to do that, he would see that Canada is in a particularly good financial position compared to all of its G7 counterparts. They're expecting great economic growth next year. We've signed an agreement with the government of Quebec for hundreds of millions of dollars to help the forestry sector in his region, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives hadn't said a word about that. When it's time to help Canadians, they are never present. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has lost the confidence of his ministers, of his MPs, and of Canadians. As if the $40 billion guardrail wasn't enough, well, they've given us fall economic statement with a deficit of $62 billion. So much for the guardrail. Canadians are paying more in interest on the debt than they're paying for health care. He is desperately clinging to power. Enough is enough. When's the election? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More good news for Quebecers today with the publication of the Clean Electricity Strategy. That's hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to be invested in collaboration with Hydro-Quebec, with the Government of Quebec, and with businesses to develop the electric system that we'll need for the future to decarbonize our transit sector, to decarbonize industry and buildings. That's how we're going to build the economy and the jobs and the Canada of the 21st century. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, we don't need more than 30 seconds to tell you what the Liberals' record is. The Prime Minister just did one thing this fall, and that's buy time. He bought time by letting the Conservatives paralyze work in the House without ever trying to negotiate a way to get out of this impasse. He bought time with his vote-buying gimmicks. He bought time, and he's continuing to buy time today since his finance minister quit. And doesn't matter what's going on, he buys time. But does he not realize that by doing nothing other than buying time, he's lost the respect of Quebecers? The Honourable... Order. The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And as she knows very well, we won the confidence of this House several times in the last few weeks, but I would like to maybe mention to her some points in the fall economic statement that she maybe hasn't read yet, but if there's one element that she should be interested in, it's our support for culture, which is in the fall economic statement. Our support for tourism to bring more conventions back to Canada. And Mr. Speaker, we should be proud of the investments that we've made in culture. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, this session has been one session too many. The Liberals have monopolised attention, but not thanks to their work. They've refused to work for seniors and for farmers. They've refused to work to get rid of the religious exception. They've refused to work to guarantee Quebecers access to early requests for medical assistance in dying. Unfortunately, they have been focused on internal caucus fights. That's where their attention's been, and that's why the following question is on everybody's lips today. When are we going to get rid of this government that doesn't want to work for Quebecers? Oh! The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to highlight that on this side of the House, we are working for Quebecers. On this side of the House, we negotiate with the Government of Quebec to make sure that all the investments that we do are good for Quebecers. I'll just give you a couple of examples. The dental care program, the child care benefit. In the fall economic statement, there are rental help because the federal government pays to help renters. There's also investments in AI, housing, and, Mr. Speaker, it's this government that has done the work.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
This week, Liberal Prime Minister has lost the confidence of his cabinet, of his Liberal MPs and of Canadians, but he still clings to power. And yesterday, the economic statement from his phantom finance minister, Carbon Tax Carney, posted a $62 billion deficit, which is absolutely devastating for Canadians. And they tried to pin it on the finance minister, and she quit in protest. Canadians have had enough of these dirty Liberal backroom deals where Carbon Tax Carney gets all of the power but has none of the accountability. When will these Liberals call a carbon tax election? Because Canadians just can't trust them.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, rather than talk talking down Canada, let's stress the facts. Inflation has come down to 1.9%, Mr. Speaker. We have the lowest debt and the lowest deficit in the G7. In the fall economic statement, we put forward numerous measures to support businesses and families in Canada, including $10 a day childcare, which is going to give rise to 300,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we believe in supporting Canadians while maintaining a prudent fiscal outlook, something the Conservatives could never claim to do. Vive le Canada!
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Just like the 9 years of failures of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians have lost confidence in this Prime Minister, and they showed it last night with the overwhelming majority election of Tamara Jansen in Cloverdale, Langley City. The Phantom Finance Minister posted a $62 billion devastating deficit that Canadians are going to be paying for generations. These Liberals have absolutely lost control, and this flailing Prime Minister doesn't have the confidence of his cabinet, of his caucus, of Canadians. When's he going to call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the fall economic statement yesterday,
Order.
I remember it.
It's important for all members to ensure that they, especially male members, there are particular rules in terms of the dress that is in this place. I am not certain that the sweater is a trop, but I'll invite the Honourable Minister perhaps to button up his jacket.
Today, Mr. Speaker, we actually celebrate the 125th anniversary of the Canada Forest Service, which is something that I think all parliamentarians should be able to support. Mr. Speaker, in the fall economic statement were investment tax credits related to electricity production. It is part of building an economy for the future that will create jobs and economic prosperity across this country. It will ensure affordability for consumers. It will ensure reliability of the grid. And today, I am very pleased to say we are launching Canada's first clean electricity strategy across the country and the clean electricity regulations. It is an important day for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grassland.
The Prime Minister has lost the confidence of his cabinet, his Liberal MPs, and Canadians as he is desperately clinging to power. He forced the Finance Minister to join the ghosts of ministers past in favour of Phantom Finance Minister Carbon Tax Carney because they thought that her massive deficit wasn't big enough. With all the chaos he has caused around him, the Prime Minister's own inner circle is abandoning him. He went to the Governor-General yesterday to appoint Carney's placeholder, but why didn't he go one step further and just call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Mr. Speaker, another element of the fall economic statement yesterday was the launch of the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program. That will make Indigenous peoples partners in projects across this country. It is part of building an economy that is inclusive and prosperous on a go-forward basis. On the other side of the House, we have a group that actually are a bunch of climate skeptics and climate deniers who have a plan for the economy that is based on the 1960s and looking backwards. On this side of the House, we are building a future for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We live in an increasingly virtual world, and it's our job to ensure that this online space is safe for our children and all Canadians. That's why our government introduced a plan to do exactly that in the Online Harms Act. Unfortunately, the Conservatives are blocking this important legislation. Their obstruction means that children, women, and minority groups remain in danger. I'm appalled that the Conservatives won't put Canadians before partisan politics and work with us. Can the Minister of Justice explain the consequences we face by not passing the Online Harms Act? Thank you.
For the second time today, I'm going to ask the honourable members from Grand Lake, Miramichi, Grand Lake, and from Dufferin-Caledon to please not take the floor unless the Speaker recognizes it. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, last week in this place, the Conservatives blocked the child protection measures in the Online Harms Act from advancing. Worse still, the Conservatives have vowed that if we succeed in passing this legislation with the help of the Bloc and the NDP, they will actually reverse it at the earliest opportunity. What does this mean? That means if we get child sex abuse material off of the internet, if they took power, they would put it back on, Mr. Speaker. I wish I could make this up. That position is morally bankrupt. What I would say is that when you claim to care about victims of abuse, you need to stand up for victims of abuse. I would ask them to please do that.
I'd like to apologize to the honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake. Apparently he was not the person who had spoken out, not recognised by the two. The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost all control. Not only has the Prime Minister long ago lost the moral authority to govern, the Prime Minister has lost his ability to carry out the basic functions of governing, with the shambolic spectacle of his finance minister resigning hours before she was scheduled to deliver the government's fall economic statement. This is a government in complete and utter chaos. When will the Prime Minister admit that he has lost all control and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, this may be the last opportunity I have to answer a question in the House of Commons as a minister, and I want to take an opportunity to say thank you to everybody back home in my community and all members of this House on both sides of the aisle for an opportunity to engage in debate over the years and to put competing ideas on the table. When it comes to the way that caucuses should operate, I would remind my honourable colleague, as one of the people who's written to advocate for his community to receive funding through the Housing Accelerator Fund, that he's now been banned by his own leader to continue to advocate on behalf of the good people of St. Albert, Edmonton. Mr. Speaker, it has been an honour to serve. I look forward to what the future may hold, and I want to say congratulations to a term well served by all colleagues.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost the confidence of Canadians, lost the confidence of many of his MPs, and yesterday he lost the confidence of his finance minister. And no wonder, because after 9 years, this Prime Minister has broken everything. He's broken our borders, broken immigration, broken housing, and broken the budget. So, when will the Prime Minister just stop? Stop breaking things, acknowledge that he doesn't have a mandate to continue to govern, and call a carbon tax election.
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
The fall economic statement that we tabled yesterday, Mr. Speaker, is about growth, and it's about investing in our business community and in our economy, Mr. Speaker. The accelerated capital cost allowance will ensure that Canadian businesses stay on this side of the border, stay in Canada, that our creation of jobs will continue to increase. 330,000 jobs were created in the last year alone, and these are good-paying jobs, Mr. Speaker. Even accounting for inflation, salaries have risen by 5%, the highest in the G7, Mr. Speaker. We're ensuring that Canadians bring home stronger paychecks and better jobs.
The honourable member for
Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost the confidence of his cabinet, his Liberal MPs, and of Canadians while desperately clinging to power. Yesterday, they found a random Liberal minister to table the disastrous fall economic statement after he fired his finance minister, who wouldn't sign off on smashing through her $40 billion fiscal guardrail, all in order to make room for phantom finance minister Mark Carney. Will the Prime Minister has lost control of his own government. Will he call a carbon tax election today?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the other side of the House, they're big on outreach, but they're really weak on facts. When we talk about Canadians, we want to show that we support them and invest in them. We have the lowest ratio of GDP to debt in the G7. Interest rates have gone down. We've been investing in Canadians. That's what you do as a government, Mr. Speaker. You invest in childcare. You invest in national school food programs. You invest in pharmacare because we invest and fight for Canadians. They will cut and they will talk Canadians down. On this side of the House, we are proud to fight for Canadians every single day.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, children in Canada need protection from online harm. The abuse that occurs online is endangering our kids, and it's time we act to prevent more families from being harmed. Our government has risen to this challenge, putting forward a plan to help parents and children. C-63, the Online Harms Act, creates safety measures that will save lives. The Conservatives are now the only roadblock to making the bill a reality in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the safety of our children should not be political. Can the Minister of Justice please discuss the importance of this critical legislation and why we need it passed now? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation will literally save children's lives. I find it very difficult to comprehend how the official opposition Conservatives can bear being the only party in this House obstructing the advancement of this legislation. I would share a question that was posed at committee by a mother whose child suffered horrendous abuse. She asked, quote, "What kind of person doesn't want to protect the future of our children or grandchildren?" End quote. Mr. Speaker, once again, I implore the official opposition to look beyond their self-interest and look at these parents and their children in the eye who need help. It's time we pass the Online Harms Act with unanimous consent.
Order. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a shortage of family doctors. It's an acute crisis that is getting more and more severe each and every day. The Liberals seem to be focused on their own internal problems while parents are looking to get care for their sick kids. The former Deputy Prime Minister said as much yesterday when she resigned. And the Conservatives, sadly, just want to cut health care, cut health services and destroy public health care. Given the emergency, what is the Liberal government's plan to address this shortage and make sure we have more family doctors now in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we have done is signed agreements with every province and every territory. We saw in the CIHI baseline data last year that nearly every jurisdiction in the country saw more doctors, more nurses. It's not enough, but provinces have to do their part and have to be responsible for this health transformation. But I'll tell you, there's something huge this Parliament can do, and that's pass Bill C-72, which is a connected care legislation. Just one example of allowing something like AI Scribe to be used in our system would create the equivalent of 1,000 new doctors in a very short period of time. Connected care can open up new avenues of care, and that's something this Parliament can do.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, thanks to this Prime Minister, our nation has become the laughing stock of the narcissist at Mar-a-Lago. Our country is facing an unprecedented level of political coercion, and Canadians deserve a strong and proud defence of our values and our jobs. We're not going to get that from the Liberal gong show or from the predatory and pusillanimous Conservatives who'd sell us out in a second. Our NDP leader called for a war room, bringing together Labour, business, leaders to defend Canada. So will the Liberals stop their squabbling? It's time to drop the gloves, go over the boards, and fight for our country instead of fighting amongst themselves.
Here. The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that question. Yesterday, we tabled the fall economic statement, and I think this is an area where the honourable member and I would agree. The Canada-U.S. relationship is extremely important, and in the fall economic statement, we are strengthening the regime to prohibit forced labor in our supply chains, something that is really important for workers in our country, and to strengthen this trade relationship with our allies in the United States. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker.
And so brings to an end to question period.
I recognize the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé, who is rising on a point of order. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois wishes, before the House rises, to wish a Happy New Year and a Merry Christmas to all Quebecers, to colleagues and their staff, to all the staff of the House of Commons, to the clerks, the analysts, the pages, the Parliamentary Protective Service, the welcoming team at the cafeteria, the custodial team, the Sergeant at Arms and their team, and, of course, the interpreters with whom we have a very privileged relationship. Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that wasn't really a point of order, but I do thank the member for his best wishes, and I wish the same to him and to all members of the House of Commons.
Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Knowing that our House time is coming to an end, and we want to make sure that we look at this $1.2 trillion trade relationship with the Americans, we have a UC motion that, notwithstanding any standing order, special order.
So I did hear the honourable member say UC motion. I also heard many no's. So I'm afraid there is not a unanimous consent. But a point of order, the honourable member from Bay of Quinte.
Point of order. Just so I'm made clear that it was a Liberal member who said that they do not want to have emergency hearings on the $1.2 trillion.
Okay. We can't do that indirectly, but we can't do it directly. The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona is rising on her feet on a point of order.
Why, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I also, on behalf of the New Democratic Party of Canada, wanted to take a moment as the season is upon us and as we are ending 2024 to sincerely wish all of those who help us do our work a very, very happy holiday season. You know, the people that keep this place running are so integral to all of the work that all of us do, and every single one of them makes sure that MPs can serve their constituents day in and day out. I'd like to make sure that we thank the table for their dedicated service. Thank you all very much. I'd like to thank the amazing pages who help us in this place every single day. The security personnel who work so hard ensuring that the security of MPs and staff is taken. Thank you very much to our Sergeant at Arms. The food service and cafeteria staff who keep us fed and supplied with coffee all day long. We all know that we need that coffee some days more than others. The maintenance and client service personnel who keep our offices clean and running, and our IT staff who answer our call after call, ensuring our phones, apps, computers are running. And of course, I think we can all agree our amazing interpreters deserve our very, very heartfelt thank you. So on behalf of myself, on behalf of all New Democrats, I want to thank everyone and hope they have a wonderful holiday season. I'm sure they're very grateful that we are having a break.
Thank the honourable member, and once again, on behalf of the entire House administration, all its employees, thank all members for their kind wishes. The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn is rising on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, you shall find unanimous consent that, notwithstanding any standing.
So I did hear the request of unanimous consent, and I also did hear members saying no. Order. The honourable member from Nunavut.
o karangin nin sivod lang mikigak toktakka koviasuk ving me koviasukovakka Canada miodlo koviasukovakka Happy New Year klugillo. First of all, I would just like to say very quickly happy holidays to my constituents in Nunavut, as well as all of Canada. In the generous spirit of this season, I hope that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to the following motion. That this.
I heard the honourable member request unanimous consent, and I also heard many members say no. I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill. Still C-79, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre.
I have the honor of informing this House that the Senate has sent us a message to inform us that it passed the following bill, C-79, an act for the Public Federal Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025.
I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-15, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Wild Animal and Plant Protection and Regulation of International and Interprovincial Trade Act. J'ai l'honneur.
I have the honor of informing the House that the Senate transmitted a message to the House to inform the House that it passed the following bill to which consent is needed. S-15, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Wild Animal and Plant Protection Act, as well as regulation of international trade and interprovincial trade.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on a privileged motion concerning the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Great, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to say it is such an honor to rise in this place on behalf of the constituents of Burlington, and I would like to say that to all of my colleagues, despite the fact that this was a rather unusual session of Parliament, it is a pleasure to be able to work with everyone on all sides of this House, mostly. But I would say that I know that everybody is ready to go into the holidays, and on behalf of the Liberal members of Parliament, I would like to extend my gratitude to everybody who works in the House of Commons, who serve us so well, who stay here on late nights and make sure that we are so well supported. And to them and their families, I wish a very happy holidays as well. I'd like to wish folks in Burlington and right across the country a very Merry Christmas and a very happy Hanukkah to all that are celebrating. I look forward to 2025 and all that the new year has to offer, and I want to wish all of my colleagues all of the best for the year ahead. And with that, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order made on Wednesday, February 28, 2024, I move, seconded by the Minister of Labour and Seniors, that this House do now adjourn.
Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau, move that the House do now adjourn. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion to be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member from Grand Prairie, Peace River. McKinnon.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Liberals are running scared. We do ask for a recorded division.
Way to go, Call in the members. The question is as follows. Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. McKinnon, gets no. Move that the House do now adjourn. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. McKinnon gets no. Mr. McKinnon gets no. Mr. Fraser. Mr. Fraser. Ms. Chager. Ms. Chager. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey. Ms. Kara. Ms. Kara. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Ananda Sangari. Mr. Ananda Sangari. Ms. Jazik. Ms. Jazik. Mrs. Romanado. Mrs. Romanado. Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Madame Bendayan. Madame Bendayan. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Mr. Fragiscados. Mr. Fragiscados. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Baptiste. Mr. Baptiste. Mr. Kuzmarchuk. Mr. Kuzmarchuk. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Monsieur El Khoury. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Monsieur Lightbound. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Cedar Brampton East. Mr. Cedar Brampton East. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway. Ms. Vandenbelt. Ms. Vandenbelt. Madame Koutrakis. Madame Koutrakis. Madame Brière. Madame Brière. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod. Mr. McLeod. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Madame Miss Cedar Brampton South. Miss Cedar Brampton South. Mr. Sobera. Mr. Sobera. Monsieur Zuberi. Monsieur Zuberi. Miss Hefner. Miss Hefner. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang. Mrs. Zaid. Mrs. Zaid. Miss Yip. Miss Yip. Mr. Blois. Mr. Blois. Miss Latanzio. Miss Latanzio. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Ali. Mr. Ali. Miss Bradford. Miss Bradford. Madame Châtel. Madame Châtel. Mr. Coteau. Mr. Coteau. Madame Diab. Madame Diab. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Gahir. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Miss Taylor-Roy. Miss Taylor-Roy. Miss Thompson. Miss Thompson. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés. Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés. Monsieur Trudel. Monsieur Trudel. Madame Bérubé. Madame Bérubé. Monsieur Sauvé. Monsieur Sauvé.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Brock. Mr. Brock. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Halland. Mr. Halland. Miss Lewis Holloman Norfolk. Miss Lewis Holloman Norfolk. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Small. Mr. Small. Monsieur Bertol. Monsieur Bertol. Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Albultaif. Mr. Albultaif. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Seaback. Miss Ferrari. Miss Ferrari. Mr. Stewart. Miramichi Grand Lake. Mr. Stewart Miramichi Grand Lake. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd. Monsieur Brassard. Mr. Brassard. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Goodridge. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Mrs. Roberts. Mrs. Roberts. Mr. Tucker. Mr. Tucker. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Patzer. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Muse. Mr. Muse. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Lobb. Monsieur Gourde. Monsieur Gourde. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Majumdar. Mr. Majumdar. Mr. Cramp. Mr. Cramp. Mr. Tolney. Mr. Tolney. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nader. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Giovanni. Mr. Giovanni. Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Madame Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
The House will now wait until the end of the electronic voting period before considering with its proceedings. désire informer mes collègues.
I wish to inform colleagues that the electronic voting period is over. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, I would invite them to use the raise hand function or rise and indicate it to the chair. Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to vote yay.
Mr. Hardy, yay pour.
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, well, the opposition would love the ability to vote twice, especially on matters of confidence. I want to point out to the chair that the member from Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill was not in her seat, but she was counted on the standing vote, and she also voted on the app as well. So I'm seeking clarity from the chair on that and whether, in fact, her vote would count. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wait, I see that the honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill is rising on her feet. The honourable member.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member opposite is correct. Of course, I wouldn't vote twice. But when I went. Just relax, guys. Mr. Speaker, if I could speak, I'm trying to address the concern that was raised. Thank you. And when I realized I wasn't in my seat for the beginning of the vote, and the opposition was calling out that my vote wouldn't count, I realized after I stood up that I shouldn't be doing that, so I went and used my app instead, assuming that because they would protest and say I couldn't vote, then I would have a vote. So thank you for pointing that out. I did vote.
I think it's very important. Order. Order.
The Prime Minister needs some water.
Order. I know colleagues are keen to move along. The honourable member from Winnipeg South is rising.
Mr. Speaker, I had trouble with my app, and I'd like to record my vote as yay.
Do good. Yay pour.
Thank the honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill. The table had recorded your participation only once. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 177, sans 77. Nays contre 140, sans 7.
I declare the motion carried. Colleagues, I think the whips might want to hear this. This House stands adjourned until Monday, January 27, 2025 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 28.4, when it will resume consideration of the following privilege motion. Of the privilege motion. Pursuant to Standing Order 94, I wish to inform honourable members that private members' business will be suspended on that day. And to all members, may I wish you happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and any religious holiday that you celebrate, and certainly a Happy New Year. Looking forward to seeing you in the new year.